Hello and welcome inside Welland Stadium as we're ready to go for the second round, start of the second round semi-final matchup in the Dominico Cup playoffs between the Welland Jackfish and the Toronto Maple Leafs. Thank you for coming along. I'm Brendan Lang, and before we get going, we'll take a look at the starting lineup that's put forward by the Toronto Maple Leafs manager, Garrett Takamatsu. It's Jose Venizio leading things off. He's the shortstop, and then it's Justin Mara doing the catching and batting second. Jordan Castaldo, he's at first base and bats third. Marcus Connect in right field bats fourth, and John Salazzo plays third base and bats fifth. Connor Lewis, he mans center field and hits sixth. Dan Mara at second base bats seventh. Damon Toppoli, the DH, hits eighth, and then it's Greg Carrington rounding out the order. In left field, he's batting ninth, and that lineup will face off against Jake Harford for the Welland Jackfish. Harford making his second start of the postseason. He started the first game of the first round matchup for Welland against Kitchener. He went 5 innings, gave up 6 hits and 3 runs over those 5 innings, walked 1 and struck out 4. And he's been relied upon heavily throughout the year for this Jackfish team, starting most Thursday night games and now getting the start here in Game 1 of the semifinals of the Dominico Cup, and it's Jose Venizio stepping into the batter's box to start things off. Venicio's gotten off to a hot start at the plate in the postseason, hitting .308 through the 3 games that the Maple Leafs played against the Baycats. As Harford comes set and delivers the first pitch of the semifinals, and it's right over the inside corner. That's strike one on Venicio. Venicio has driven in a run. He also has 4 stolen bases, a lot of speed at the top of the lineup, finished in the top 10 in stolen bases in the IBL during the regular season, as we have a bit of a delay as Justin Gideon goes over. A ball made its way onto the field. Venicio hit .267 throughout the regular season. Due up in the first inning, it is Venicio, Mara, and Castaldo. Standing in the left-handed batter's box, the righty, Harford deals. Venicio squares around and bunts it past the mound. Harford's got to run it down. Tries the glove flip, but he won't be able to get it there. Sliding in head first is the leadoff man, Venicio, and he gets on with a bunt single to start off the ball game. And right there, you can see the great speed possessed by Jose Venicio at the top of the lineup, and that's why the Maple Leafs love him up there at the top. He can steal some bases. Obviously, you just saw there, he can bunt for a base hit. And now here comes the catcher. It's Justin Mara. He had a great opening series. A lot of these Toronto Maple Leaf hitters did. A lot of high averages throughout that first round of the playoff. Both teams here, as that pitch is a strike, swept their first round opponents. Welland outscoring their opponents a little more. Toronto and Barrie played 3 very close games. But Toronto ended up coming out on top with a walk-off hit in that Game 3. Venicio's running, now he stops, and the ball's fouled away at the plate by Mara. And it moves the count to 0-2. You saw right there at first base, Venicio started like he was going to run, but then decided better of it and stayed right there. So he's back at first base, being held on by Matteo Porcelato over there at first. As the number 2 hitter in Mara sits behind in the count, he hits the ball hard. It's through the hole into right field. Venicio's around second base. He takes a big turn. He's going to get into third base with a slide. And the Maple Leafs have started off the game well on offense. They have runners at the corners with nobody out, as Justin Mara bangs a ball into right field. And now here comes Jordan Castaldo to the plate, and Castaldo, one of the most feared hitters in all of the IBL for a long time. Castaldo started his career in Toronto. He also spent some time in Barrie as well before returning to the Maple Leafs. Another left-handed hitter here in this first inning that Harford's going to have to face, and he misses outside. It's 1-0. Defense right now playing at double play depth up the middle. And once again, the speed by Venicio shown off, being able to go first to third on what was a decently hard hit ball out to right field. Short lead over there at first base for Mara. And Harford comes to the plate. Castaldo swings and fouls it off the left side. And that ball will get out of play up onto the berm, and it evens the count up at 1-1. For the season, Jake Harford finished with a .273 ERA. That put him in 4th place in the IBL. Finished in top 5 in quite a few categories here for the Jackfish. Runners going from first. The throw misses outside, and Mara's going to take the base. That's a stolen base for the catcher, Justin Mara, and he now picks up his 3rd stolen base already here in this postseason. And it's 2 runners in scoring position now for Castaldo, as Harford is going to have to pull off a magic act to try to get out of this. He gets a swing and a miss, so he takes a step towards that. Castaldo looked like he expanded the zone a little bit. That pitch had a lot of run on it. Castaldo wasn't able to make contact, and it evens up the count now at 2-2 on the big power-hitting first baseman. Marcus Connect, he waits on deck. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. It's hit weakly back to the mound. It goes off the glove of Harford, bounces out to second, and now the throw out to third is not going to be in time. Everybody's safe, and the Maple Leafs have taken the lead. That ball was hit weakly back to the mound off the bat of Castaldo. Looked like it may have been a changeup, and Castaldo was way out in front. Hit it very weakly back to the mound. It went off Harford's glove, bounced out to second base as we get a mound meeting now. Manager Brian Essery's out of the dugout. It looked like what was going to be the first out of the inning there. But Harford couldn't come up with it, and then it was a smart decision for Dupuis to try to throw and get the runner at third base after realizing that Castaldo was going to reach at first on the air, and Benicio was going to come in to score, but also good base running on the side of Mara to get around second base and get into third safely. So once again, there's runners at the corners with nobody out. Now, we saw this with Castaldo at the plate before Mara took the base at second. Castaldo does not have a stolen base here, doesn't run much. Does not have a stolen base in these playoffs. And the Maple Leafs have a 1-0 lead. Harford delivers to the plate, and it is right on the inside corner. Neck didn't agree. But it's the first strike. Standing at third base is Mara, and on at first is Castaldo. Marcus Connect, .571 for him through the first 3 games of the postseason. Had the biggest hit of the playoffs, too, for the Maple Leafs as he slashes a ball well foul. He got out in front of it and hit it hard. But he's now behind in the count 0-2. That hit I'm talking about was to finish off the series against the Bay Cats. Hit that series-winning base hit off of the closer Brandon Hillier. That sent the Maple Leafs into this semifinal matchup. Connect gets jammed and fouls another ball off. Count remains right where it is at 0-2. Harford has Connect in between right now. He got him out front on a breaking ball, and then Connect was way late on that fastball inside. We'll see what he goes with here in an 0-2 count. Harford's pitch swung on and missed. It's in the dirt, blocked behind the plate by Cocker. Marcus Connect strikes out swinging for the first out of the inning, and that's a massive out for Harford. You get the out, not allowing any runners to move up. Of course, with the runner at third base, don't want him to go anywhere, and then Castaldo can't get off of first. So now with John Salazzo coming up to the plate, the number 5 hitter, the double play is still in order with 2 guys that don't run extremely well as the pitch misses up high. And we take a look at the Jackfish defense. It's Hogan Brown in left field, Gio Morello in center, and Justin Gideon in right. Mattingly Romanin at third, James Smybert at shortstop, Tyler Dupuis at second base, Mateo Porcelato at first, and Sam Cocker. He's behind the plate. Castaldo's running, and it's fouled straight back, which evens up the count at 1-1. A little surprise to see Castaldo on the move, but he was. see if maybe they could get Cocker to throw the ball down. Maple Leafs maybe trying to steal another run here in this first inning. And another thing, too, yes, they have the one run, but they've made Hartford throw a lot of pitches here, which could go a long way as they get farther into this ball game. Here comes the 1-1, and it misses outside to Salazzo. Hartford falls behind now. It's 2-1. Connor Lewis, the center fielder, he stands on deck right now. He will bat after the Maple Leafs third baseman. The 2-1 to Salazzo, swung on and missed on the high fastball. He got it past him, evens the count at 2-2. And that's the pitch that Hartford likes to go to in big situations. He likes that high fastball to get swings and misses. We saw on the strikeout to connect, he went with the breaking ball in a 2-strike count. He could go either way now. 2-2 is a fastball, and it's looped out to center field. Oncoming Morello, he makes the catch, and bluffing a tag from third base is Mara. He's going to retreat back there. Salazzo flies out to center field for the second out of the inning, and things just became a whole lot easier for Hartford to work out of this jam. And it's Connor Lewis, the center fielder, coming up to the plate. Lewis has had a good time in the postseason as well. 308 for him through the first 3 games. As he steps into the box, he's also driven in 2 runs, looking to come up with a big 2-out hit. And drive in another one. First pitch to Lewis, saws him off and breaks his bat right back to the mound. Hartford's up with this one. His throw is right there, and Jake Hartford works out of it with minimal damage done. The Maple Leafs do score 1. They lead it now 1-0 after the top half of the first inning. We go to the home half of the first. You're watching postseason Welland Jackfish baseball. Back here at Welland Stadium as the Welland Jackfish come up for the first time here today, and this is the lineup they send up to the plate. It's Gio Morello leading things off in center field, then Justin Gideon in right, and Mattingly Romanen at third base. Sam Cocker bats fourth and does the catching. James Smybert hits fifth. He's at shortstop. And Tyler Dupuis bats sixth. He's at second base. Mateo Porcelato plays first. He bats seventh. Hogan Brown in left field hits eighth, and it's Brandon Nicholson rounding out the order as the designated hitter and batting ninth. And starting on the mound for the Toronto Maple Leafs, it's Angel Castro as he gets his second start of the postseason. Castro was great in his first outing against the Baycats. He went 8 innings in that start. First pitch of the game is right on the outside corner from Castro, and it's 0-1. Gave up 3 runs. He walked 2, but he struck out 9 hitters Exactly what the Maple Leafs needed to start off the postseason. He's going to try to replicate that here today as Morello swings at the second pitch he sees and fouls it off his leg, and Castro is ahead. It's 0-2. During the season for Castro, pitched to a .598 ERA and 9 starts, but he got better as the season went on. Next pitch to Morello misses outside. Did not give up more than 2 earned runs in his final 3 starts of the regular season. 1-2 count on the Jackfish leadoff hitter. Long pause in the wind from Castro. Now delivers to the plate. Swing and a miss. Morello set down. And Castro gets the strikeout of the leadoff man. And there's one gone. Take a look at the Toronto defense. It's Greg Carrington in left field, Connor Lewis in center, and Marcus Connect in right. John Salazzo plays third base. Jose Vinicio, he's at shortstop. Dan Mara, he is at second base. Jordan Castaldo at first. And behind the plate catching Castro is Justin Mara. Longtime catcher for this team. Gideon led the league in home runs throughout the season. Castro misses outside. And it's 1-0. Castro, the Dominican Republic native. This is his first season with the Maple Leafs. Again, a long pause. Now the 1-0 to Gideon. It swung on and popped up high in the air. Backing up is Salazzo. Now coming in is Carrington, but it'll drop in foul territory. And even the count at 1-1. Played at Western Oklahoma State College, then was drafted by the Tigers in the 13th round of the 2006 draft. 1-1 offering to Gideon. It's popped up once again. This ball's going to push Salazzo back. Over comes Vinicio, and it's going to drop foul once again. 3 defenders converge on it. Nobody able to get there. And Gideon will get another life. We'll see what he can do with that. As he is behind in the count 1-2 as everybody returns back to their position. Castro does have Major League experience. Made 5 appearances for the Oakland A's in 2015. Jackfish crowd now getting into it. Here comes the 1-2 from Castro. Swung on and missed. Gideon down on strikes. Second straight strikeout from Castro, and there's 2 gone. You can see early on in this game, Angel Castro is able to go upstairs with the fastball. Something that Jake Harford likes to do on the side of the Jackfish. Castro doing the exact same thing and producing good results early on. Gets Morello and Gideon to fan. And now it's Mattingly Roman, the number 3 hitter. The pitch runs inside and drills him. First hit batter of the game. First base runner of the game for the Jackfish. And now here comes Sam Cocker to the plate with Romanen standing at first. Cocker's trying to get his bat going, hit under the 100 mark throughout the first season, or throughout the first series, excuse me. But of course, he had a great season, one of the best hitting catchers in the league. So you're pretty confident he's going to be able to get things going with the bat at the plate. Before the first pitch thrown by Castro, they'll check on the runner, Romanen. Standing over there at first, Romanen did not have a stolen base throughout the season, but he already has one here in the playoffs. Now Castro pitches and he misses outside. It's 1-0. First time today we're going to be seeing Angel Castro work out of the stretch. We'll see if that has any effect on his delivery. As he comes set, checks the runner a couple times and now comes home. It's a breaking ball dropped right in there for a strike, which makes the count 1-1. In the big leagues, in those 5 games, he had a .225 ERA, but never ended up making it back. That is Castro as he misses inside. He also spent time playing pro in Japan. A well-traveled baseball player. And now, of course, pitching here in the IBL for the Maple Leafs, his first season with them. Cocker stands at the plate with the left-handed hitting James Smybert. waiting on deck. Here comes the 2-1. That's right over the outside corner. Framed up nicely behind the plate by Justin Mara. And it evens the count up at 2-2. And if you're Cocker now, just got to put a ball in play here with 2 strikes. Don't want to let Castro gain the momentum of striking out the side here in this first inning. Here comes the 2-2. It is put in play high in the air to center field. It pushes Lewis back towards the wall. He reaches out and he can't make the catch. Bounces off the wall. Romanen's around third. He's going to come in to score. Sam Cocker with a 2-out, 2-strike double, and the game is tied. Off the bat, I didn't know if that ball was going to carry as much as it did. Looked like he got underneath it a little bit, but the center fielder, Connor Lewis, just kept going back and back and just could not get to the spot in time. So now another runner, he's in scoring position with James Smybert at the plate, and he takes outside. Smybert has had a good playoff so far in those first 3 games against the Kitchener Panthers. .333 average for him, and he does have 4 RBIs. Also has a home run as Castro steps off. Doesn't throw as Cocker dives back to the bag. The 1-0 from Castro. It's popped up in the air from Smybert, but it's going to get out of play. Evening this count up at 1-1. It's Tyler Dupuis waiting on deck, another guy who has had a very productive postseason so far. Cocker takes his lead off a second with Jose Vinicio, the shortstop, playing close in behind him. Castro pitches to the plate, and it's a called strike on the outside corner. Smybert took it, and now it's 1-2. You think back to the first 2 hitters, Morello and Gideon, both left-handed hitters. He went with the high fastball. Likely to go with it again here, facing the lefty in Smybert. The pitch is fouled straight back. Just above us here in the press box, had a couple people scurrying around. That ball came in hot. My broadcast partner in Spencer Tangway, who's doing the scorekeeping today, had to get out of the way quickly, but it didn't end up coming up here. It's a 1-2 count on Smybert. Pitch to him is fouled straight back once again in a similar spot. And the count remains at 1-2. You see twice there, Castro did try to go with that fastball to get the out of Smybert, but Smybert was able to foul him away. See if he sticks with the fastball here. Here comes a 1-2. He does, and it's swung on and missed. Smybert down on strike swinging, but not before the Jackfish can tie up the ball game. 2-out double from Sam Cocker. It drives home Mattingly Romanen all the way from first base, and the game is tied at 1 as we go to the top of the second inning. You're watching postseason Welland Jackfish baseball. Second inning we go. It's Dan Mara, the second baseman, to start things off for the Maple Leafs. 7, 8, 9 due up for Toronto. That's Mara, Toppoli, and Carrington. Mara's had a tough start to the postseason. The first series didn't hit all that well as he takes the first pitch strike. But the 8 and 9 hitters in this lineup, in Toppoli and Carrington, have both been massive producers throughout that first series against the Bay Cats. Breaking ball nicely dropped in there by Harford. And it's 0-2. For Jake, a lot of the time we do see him get into trouble in the first inning, but he's able to reel it in very well as he comes with an 0-2 pitch to fastball, line to first base, snagged out of the air by Matteo Porcelato for the first out of the inning.
Designated hitter number 7, Damon Toppoli.
But back to the point, sometimes, and really the only time that you see Harford get into a lot of trouble is in the first inning. See if he can settle down now and get through this bottom portion of the lineup for the Maple Leafs. First pitch to Damon Toppoli is taken up high. That's a ball. Toppoli doing the DH duties today, hitting .500 throughout those first 3 games. Has also driven in 2 runs. Next pitch from Harford misses just inside. And it's 2-0 now to the number 8 hitter, with Greg Carrington, the number 9 hitter and left fielder, standing on deck. Here comes the 2-0 offering from Harford. That's a strike on the outside corner. Gets back in the count. It's 2-1. The first 2 pitches to Toppoli. He wanted to go inside on him. Then he decided to try the outer part of the plate, and that's where he got the strike. And now pitches a 2-1. It's fouled straight back. And it evens up the count at 2-2. Hartford trying to get through this second inning as swiftly as possible. He had to throw a lot of pitches in the first. Was able to minimize the damage, but he'd like to get a few quick outs here as it remains at 2-2. Toppoli doing a good job to foul away a couple pitches here from Hartford. He comes set now at the belt and pitches to the plate. It's a breaking ball. Toppoli reaches out for it, and he gets his bat on it once again and drops it out of play and stays alive. And if you're Toppoli, on the other side of the point that I was making for Hartford, trying to get through this inning quickly, if you're Toppoli, make him throw as many pitches as possible. In this second inning as well, here comes the 2-2 from Hartford. It's a fastball, popped away, foul. The DH for the Maple Leafs putting together a very strong at-bat as he tries to work his way aboard and see if he can get that top of the lineup in Vinicio back up to the plate in the second inning. Hartford trying to have other plans, though. The next pitch, it's bounced out to third base, and it is foul once again. Toppoli, of course, a very experienced hitter. Has played for the Maple Leafs for a long time. Throughout the season, he had a decent year, hitting .240. Drove in 16. He also had 2 home runs. Two-two on the way from Hartford. It's a breaking ball that runs inside. It hits Toppoli. And he's going to painfully go down to first base. Seemed like it may have gotten him on the elbow there.
Left fielder number 15, Greg Carrington.
Not the most fun way to get on base, but Toppoli reaches at first, and now he's going to have to call time and take a little walk behind the bag. As you can see, he's definitely in some pain. Seems to be okay, though, as he gets back onto first base. Now it is the number 9 hitter. It's Greg Carrington. Playing in left field here today, left-handed hitter. Walks up to the dish. Toppoli takes his lead off of first base. It was a breaking ball that Hartford lost. Definitely slipped out of his hand and went inside. That got Toppoli. Next pitch misses down low. And Carrington jumps ahead in the count. But there's that at-bat from Toppoli coming to fruition. Fouled off tough pitches and ended up getting on base with the hit by pitch. Next pitch bounces in the dirt. Stopped there by Sam Cocker. And now Cocker's going to have to call time and go out there to talk to his starting pitcher in Harford. Harford was doing a good job early on in this inning at pounding the strike zone. But once he lost that breaking ball that ran in and caught Topley, now he's missed twice to the number 9 hitter in Carrington. And albeit Carrington throughout the postseason in those 3 games against the Barrie Baycats is not your prototypical number 9 hitter. Going 5 for 12 in that series. 2-0 from Harford. That's right at the letters for a strike. And it's 2-1. For the season, Carrington also had a batting average over 300. He had 304 in 36 games. Still ahead in the count right now, 2-1 against Harford. Topley takes his lead. Next pitch, that's bounced out to second base. Dupuis to second for one. Smybert the turn to first. Not in time. Carrington beats it out down the line. That'll go down as a fielder's choice. Topley retired at second. So Carrington hustling all the way out of the box. Beats it out down to first base, and that's huge for him to get there to first. Now it allows the top of the lineup here with 2 outs to come to the plate. And it's Jose Vinicio. And he's 1 for 1 in the game. He had a bunt single to start off the ball game. He bunted it just past the mound. Harford tried for the desperation glove flip, but wasn't able to get the ball over there. Big lead over at first from Carrington, and that was wise of Harford to throw over. But Carrington back easily with a head-first dive. With 2 outs, unlikely we see Vinicio bunting here. A guy that can handle the bat. He squares around, but he pulls it back as the pitch misses outside. And it's 1-0. If you take a look at the Jackfish defense, Mattingly Romanen at third base, he's playing around the infield grass line, and you see him break in a few hard steps when the pitch was delivered. Vinicio looked like he was about to shorten up on the bat, but he ended up not doing it, just kept it on his shoulder. And he took the pitch down low, and Harford once again has fallen behind. He fell behind Carrington 2-0 as well, and that's a big lead over there at first once again. Vinicio squares around and now pulls it back. That's a strike. And it's 2-1, and it looks like Vinicio's expecting Carrington to be running in this situation, as he keeps looking over at first base after he pulls back the bunt attempt, and to his defense, it would be a good time for Carrington to be moving. And there he goes. Harford to the plate. Cocker's throw down to second. Not in time. Carrington steals the bag with a head-first dive. It was bang, bang at second base. Out there, Mike Guthrow making the call. Now from up here, it looked like the throw was there on time and the tag was down. But nonetheless, Carrington steals the base. And now it's a 3-1 count for Vinicio to hit with a runner in scoring position, but he flies it out to center field, pushes Morello back a few steps, but he's under it to finish off Vinicio and the Maple Leafs in the top of the second, and the game is still tied at 1 as we go to the bottom half of the second. You're watching Welland Jackfish postseason baseball.
Take it away.
Thank you, Rod. Thank you, Rod. I'm here with Desi.
Tyler Dupuis to start things off here in the second inning for the Jackfish as we are tied. I'm Brendan Lang here. Toronto Maple Leafs against the Welland Jackfish. First pitch swinging from Dupuis, lines the ball to left field. That's down. That's a base hit. To start off the second.
The first baseman, number 10.
That's kind of the MO of Tyler Dupuis. He gets up there and hacks, and he swung at the first pitch from Castro. Knowing that it was likely going to be around the zone, Castro wanting to get ahead to start the inning. And Dupuis rifled it to left field. And now a ton of speed is standing over there at first base. As he takes a decent-sized lead. Castro going to have to pitch out of the stretch once again. Long hold, he throws over to first. Back safely is Dupuis. You could see he was leaning towards second. Looked like he wanted to go. Already 5 stolen bases through the 3 games of the first round for Tyler Dupuis. We're tied here at 1. Jackfish looking to take the lead here in the second. Again, a long hold from Castro. Throw over and back standing up is Tyler Dupuis. As Porchelato waits at the plate for Castro to offer a ball up to him. Porchelato hitting .556 through the first 3 games here, playing in his 4th game of the postseason. He's been one of the best RBI men in all of the league, and he squares around and bunts it back to the mound. Castro's up with it. His throw is not in time. Porchelato looked like he may have been sacrificing himself. He dropped it down. Perfect bunt out in front of the plate. Castro had to come off the mound and field it. And he wasn't able to get the throw off in time. And the Jackfish are in business in the second inning. That's a bunt single for Porchelato. Now a bunt single aside. Vinicio had one to start off the ball game. Now Porchelato has one here in the second. Dupuis with good speed at second base, and it's Porchelato, another guy who has speed, standing at first. The corners are going to come in with Hogan Brown at the plate. He squares around, and the throw down to second. They've got Dupuis hung up in a rundown, and he's going to be tagged out. Good base running on the backhand for Porchelato to get into second base. But Dupuis gets picked off at second. Hogan Brown squared around to bunt. He had to pull it back as the pitch was not in the zone. And Dupuis was way off the bag, and a good throw from the catcher, Mara. Got him in a rundown, and they were able to tag him out. So that's a big out for the Maple Leafs. But once again, good base running for Porchelato to get to second. Still a runner in scoring position for Hogan Brown. Breaking ball misses outside. And it's 2-0. Brown, too, had on and off playing time throughout the year. Started as a regular with Ethan Hunt in the lineup at one point. Didn't get a ton of playing time, but now back in there on an every game basis. And he swings and lets go of the bat as it helicopters into the protective netting. Got to get a little more stickum on that thing. As he's got to go retrieve the bat, and he was way out in front of the offering from Castro. But Brown, who, again, didn't have a ton of playing time throughout the year, has really come on here in the playoffs. He's kind of split time between the outfield and the DH spot. He's playing in left field today. Got 115 at-bats for the season and hit .287. And drove in 20 runs. He also had 22 stolen bases. Another guy with great speed. He gets on base at a good clip as well. Throughout the season at a .417. Or .384 on base percentage, excuse me. Pitch to Brown. It's smacked in the air. Left center field gap. Lewis on the run. He's not going to be able to get there. Around third base is Porchelato. He's going to come in to score. RBI double for Hogan Brown. And the Jackfish have taken the lead. It's 2-1. Great swing from Hogan Brown. The pitch was on the outside part of the plate from Castro, and Brown went right with it, smacking it into the gap. And now he stands on at second base, and here comes Brandon Nicholson. He's the DH today. Nicholson has really struggled to start off this postseason, still looking for his first hit of the playoffs, and this would be a good time to get it as Castro pours over a breaking ball for strike one. It would do a lot for Nicholson's confidence here if he's able to drive that run in that's standing out there at second base. Long hold on the mound from Castro. Now comes to the plate with a breaking ball. It's swung on and missed from Nicholson, and it's 0-2. 2-1 game here. Jackfish had the lead, swing and a miss. Nicholson set down by Castro. So Nicholson down on strikes. His struggles continue as he walks back to the dugout. And here comes Gio Morello. He was a strikeout victim as well. That's the fourth strikeout already from Castro, all coming on the swinging variety. He's got a good fastball, good breaking stuff as well, so you expect him to get quite a few strikeouts as the evening goes on. He had 8 in that first game, or 9, in that first game that he pitched in the playoffs. Now he comes to the plate to Morello. It's a breaking ball called at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Morello was the first strikeout victim to start off the bottom of the first inning for the Jackfish. Trying to change his luck here a little bit with Hogan Brown standing at second base. Next pitch to Morello, it's up high. And it evens the count at 1-1. A similar spot that Castro went to get the strikeout of Morello back in the first. Went to that high fastball. That time Morello was able to lay off. Now spin throw back to second. Brown back easily. After Morello, it's the number 2 hitter in Justin Gideon. He struck out as well in his first opportunity. Big hole on the left side right now with Vinicio playing behind the runner Brown at second base. Castro to the plate, it's inside and it hit him. Second hit batsman of the game from Angel Castro. Morello's going to trot down to first base. Now it's runners at first and second, with Justin Gideon coming to the plate, and that's 3 hit batters so far in this game. 2 on the side of Welland, 1 on the side of the Maple Leafs, and looked like it may have got him on the elbow out there as he takes some time behind the bag. Shaking out his right arm, but he seems to be okay as well. So back to play, and it's Justin Gideon who struck out his first time, but huge power at the plate. I'd like to show it off here with 2 outs and 2 runners on. First pitch from Castro's a breaking ball, misses way outside. It's high as well. And Gideon now ahead in the count with Mattingly Romanen, who also was hit by a pitch, standing on deck. Castro's had to pitch out of the stretch quite a bit throughout these first 2 innings. Next pitch to Gideon. It's sky high on the infield. In comes Vinicio, and they all crowd around it. Nobody makes the catch, and Brown comes in to score, and now none of the bases are covered. Morello to third. Going into second is Justin Gideon, and the Jackfish lead it 3-1 on a pop-up that went about 20 feet out from home plate. Mara, the catcher, went out. Vinicio, the shortstop, came in, but nobody was able to make the catch. And the base runners running hard around the bags. Brown comes in to score. Morello advances to third. And Gideon at second. First pitch to Romanen from Castro is a strike. It's 0-1. Castro has been getting the ball over the plate, minus the 2 hit by pitches, but a couple hard hit balls and then that ball that just dropped on the infield. Next pitch to Romanen, runs inside, almost got him again. But it's a ball and it evens the count in 1-1. Romanen 300 for him coming into play with the batting average in the postseason. Of course, no official at-bat for him so far. 1-1 from Castro. Breaking ball in on the hands. That's flared out to right field, and it's going to drop in front of the right fielder. Connect, and it gets past him. Morello scores. Gideon scores. Romanen's around second base, and he's going to get into third standing up. And the Jackfish are rolling now. It's 5-1.
Number 16, Sam Cocker.
So Romanen flared that ball out there. That'll definitely be a base hit for Romanen. That drives in Gio Morello, and then an error on the right fielder. And now it's Sam Cocker to the plate. Pitch misses inside. It's 1-0. Gideon also comes around. He scores on the error. Now Cocker hitting with a runner just 90 feet away. Ground ball out to shortstop. Picked up on a hop by Vinicio. His throw is in time at first. And the Jackfish are finally retired on a 6-3 putout, but they come across the plate 4 times. And they lead it now 5-1 as we go to the top half of the third inning. Justin Mara to the plate to lead things off in the third inning for the Maple Leafs as they now trail 5-1. Pitch is on the outside corner from Hartford. He jumps ahead of Mara. It's Mara, Castaldo, and Marcus Connect in this inning. Mara had a base hit to right field his first time up. That pitch drifts outside. It evens the count at 1-1. The Jackfish scored 4 runs there on some shoddy defense by the Maple Leafs. They had that ball drop on the infield, and then the ball that got past Marcus Connect in right field. Pitch to Mara is fouled off. And if you're Castro on the mound, you threw some quality pitches. You gave up the ringing double to Hogan Brown. But other than that, not a ton of hard contact from the Jackfish lineup. Just was not provided a ton of help by the defense. Here comes the 1-2 from Harford. It's fouled off. He went with a breaking ball. And Morrow was fooled by it. But he was just able to get his bat on it and foul it away to stay alive. Here comes the 1-2. Once again, it's fouled off. That time, Harford decided to stick with the fastball. And Morrow was behind it. Once again, this would be huge if Harford can maybe get through this inning a bit quicker here. He had a decent inning last time, but if you remember, Toppoli made him throw a lot of pitches. 1-2 to Mara. It's fouled away once again. And you can see the fight in this Toronto lineup. Not going down easily, fouling off tough pitches. Harford only has 1 strikeout so far in the game. But he's only given up 1 run as well through the first 2 innings. Another pitch is up high. That 1-2 missed, which evens the count up at 2-2. Justin Mara playing in his 6th season in the IBL, all of them coming with the Maple Leafs. It's a 15th round pick of the Chicago Cubs in 2011. His brother Dan Mara also on this team, playing at second base today. Next pitch to Mara is popped up high in the air. Medium depth center field. Morello is underneath it, and he's got it for the first out of the inning.
First baseman Jordan Castaldo.
Morello's had a lot of action out there in center field early on in this ball game. He made all the plays well, and he's done it all season long. A very good defensive center fielder, and if you look at the Jackfish defensive outfield, you've got Morello in center, you've got Gideon in right, who has been a center fielder for a lot of his career in the IBL. So he can cover a ton of ground out there in right field, as Castaldo fouls a ball off down the left side. And Hogan Brown in left field's no slouch on defense either. He's got a ton of speed. And an accurate throwing arm as well. Castaldo now calls time at the plate as it looked like something came up and got in his eye, possibly. Now he's good to go as he climbs back in. 462 in the first series for Castaldo. Reached on an error his first time up that allowed a run to score. That error was committed by Harford. Now he's way out in front. Fouls it down into the Maple Leafs bullpen, which scatters a few relievers. And the count stays right where it is at 0-2. Marcus Connect, who struck out, the lone strikeout in this Maple Leafs lineup, he stands on deck. But Harford trying to pitch for his second strikeout here as he's got Mara down. Or Castaldo 0-2. That swing from Castaldo. This time it's hooked down there. Gideon on the run into a slide. He's got it. Justin Gideon covering a lot of ground. Makes the catch for the second out of the inning. Castaldo didn't hit it all that hard. He got way out in front of it. Looked like he might have got it off the end of the bat a little bit. It just shows the strength that he has, being able to get it out there in right field that far. But once again, Gideon, who's played a lot of center field in his career, has got a ton of range and is able to make the play. So now here is Marcus Connect. He made an error in right field back in the bottom of the second inning that allowed a run to come across the plate. Trying to make up for that here as he stands in with 2 out and nobody on in the third inning. Connect only got into 9 games this year for the Maple Leafs, was a late addition to their roster. As he's ahead in the count 1-0. Next pitch is right there on the outside corner. That's a strike. It evens the count at 1-1. Connected hit .343 for the season, and he's a guy that is playing in his 4th season with the Maple Leafs, but was a draft pick of the Toronto Blue Jays. So that's a breaking ball, just misses outside. Harford thought he had the strike, but it's 2-1. First, he was drafted out of high school by the Brewers. got up to Double-A while playing in the Blue Jays organization. That pitch got in on his hands and fouled back, and it's 2-2. At one point, back in 2011, he was ranked as the best power hitter in the Blue Jays organization. He played in the organization until 2015. Had an opportunity in the Twins organization as well before being released after the 2016 season. 2-2 to connect, way outside. Harford pulled the breaking ball. And it fills up the count at 3-2. If Connect can find a way on, it'll be John Salazzo, the third baseman, coming up to the plate in this third inning. Harford trying to go 1-2-3 for the first time here this evening. Pitch from Harford. It's bounced out to third base into the glove of Romanen. His throw is high, but his foot kept on the bag. Porcelato makes the play. And the inning is over. Harford does get the Maple Leafs to go 1-2-3 in the third. And the Jackfish still lead it. It's 5-1 as we go to the bottom half of the third inning. You're watching Welland Jackfish postseason baseball.
Third inning for the Jackfish.
James Smybert is going to start things off here in the third inning for the Welland Jackfish. Shortstop today. And then it's Tyler Dupuis and Mateo Porcelato coming to the plate. It's 5, 6, 7 in the order. Castro delivers to the plate. It's on the outside corner. Smybert takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Again, Castro has not given up a ton of hard contact, so he looks to get a little bit more help from the defense here in this third inning. Next pitch to Smybert. That's down low. Evens the count up at 1-1. To go along with the good stuff from Castro, doesn't walk a ton of hitters either. Only 12 throughout the 9 starts he made in the season. Walked 2 in that first start. And that ball's rifled back up the middle. A base hit for James Smybert, as he takes a big turnaround first, but he stops right there. Lewis gets the ball back in. And once again, the Jackfish start things off well. Hard hit base hit up the middle off the bat of James Smybert, and now here comes Tyler Dupuis. Dupuis was extremely aggressive the first time he came to the plate. He was hacking on the first pitch that Angel Castro delivered, and he shot it to left field. See if he's as aggressive here in his second time through the lineup. Breaking ball right there for a strike, and that's extremely smart pitching by the former pro in Castro. He throws a first pitch fastball from Dupuis last inning, and Dupuis rifles it to left field. So he starts him off with a breaking ball here, and he drops it over the plate for strike 1. You could see Dupuis wanted to go after it as well, but he wisely held off. As Smybert stands at first base, being held on by Jordan Castaldo over there. Castro to the plate. It is a fastball. Get in on the hands of Dupuis, and it's fouled away. Evens up the count at 1-1. Smybert does not run a whole lot. One of the few players on this Jackfish team that doesn't run a whole lot.
Blue pants. Got it. Blue pants. Husband totally bailed out on him.
No stolen bases so far in the postseason for him. He takes a decent-sized lead. Long pause. Now Castro to the plate. It's fouled away. Back off the protective netting. Now bounces all the way around. Out to the first base coaching box. Count stays right where it is at 0-2. Once again, a long hold. Now to the plate, and it skips between the legs of Justin Mara. And James Smybert is able to move up. And that's a tough break for the Maple Leafs. Again, Smybert not likely to be running on his own, but now with the wild pitch, he's in scoring position, and it takes away the possibility of a double play. It's always difficult to double up when Dupuis is at the plate anyways, but now they have even less of a chance of getting a double play. Dupuis reaches out and fouls it off, and the count stays at 1-2, and we saw the Maple Leafs hitters doing this so far in the game, being able to foul off tough pitches. Dupuis now doing the same thing as Castro has had to use a lot of bullets early on in this game. Smybert now the lead off a second. Pitch to Dupuis, misses up high, which evens up the count at 2-2. Dupuis always puts together good at-bats. Puts the bat on the ball, doesn't strike out a whole lot. Sitting in a 2-2 count. Castro to the plate, breaking ball, missed outside. Castro thought he had strike three. Oh no, he called it strike three. Pitch caught the outside corner. So Castro does get the strikeout of Tyler Dupuis. Called behind the plate by Dean Overly, and there's one out. And now here comes Mateo Porcelato to the plate. Porcelato had a bunt single that last time up, dropped it out in front of the mound, and Castro wasn't able to make the play. And that's called the strike on the inside. And it's 0-1. For Porcelato on the season, he drove in 46 runs, which was good for a tie for first place on the Jackfish. Tied with Brandon Nicholson in the RBI department. Trying to pick one up here, the runner at second base. That pitch misses down low, and it evens up the count at 1-1. He also has 4 RBIs in the postseason, which leads the team. And this is a guy who's hitting in the number 7 spot, and he's hit down in the order ever since Justin Gideon came over to the Jackfish. He's a good guy to have batting in that bottom third part of your lineup. And the bottom of the lineup is really produced in the playoffs. Check swing from Porcelato. They're going to check down to third. No swing. Called over there by Mike Guthrow. Castro doesn't agree as he takes a look down to third base. And he's chirping now with the umpire. Didn't agree with the call, but he climbs back up onto the mound now. Taking a look at the umpiring crews. He continues to talk now with the umpire out there at second base. That's Jamie Killingsworth. So he's taken a while now to get back onto the rubber, but now he does. As he looks in for the sign from Mara. Set in the stretch, and the pitch called the strike on the inside corner. Evens up the count at 2-2. Hogan Brown, who had a hard hit double his last time up. An RBI double. He stands on deck. Porcelato looking, though, to drive in the runner from second base. Castro with a look back. Vinicio playing close to the bag. And comes to the plate and misses inside. Porcelado had to bend out of the way just a little bit. And it's called a ball. It fills up the count at 3-2. Porcelado playing in his first season with the team from British Columbia. 3-2 to Porcelado, breaking ball. Strike three call. Dean Overly rings him up. Back-to-back looking strikeouts for Angel Castro. And now it's going to all be up to Hogan Brown to come up with a big two-out hit. James Smybert started off the inning with a base hit back up the middle. He was able to advance while Tyler Dupuis was standing at the plate on a wild pitch. And standing at second base with nobody out. Now stands at second base with 2 outs. And the pitch from Castro, it's inside. 1-0. And again, Brown here don't want to allow that runner to get into scoring position with nobody out, not be able to push him across the plate. So it'd be huge if Brown could come up with a 2-out base knock. He's ahead in the count right now against Castro. And here comes the 1-0. It's inside. Snagged nicely behind the plate by Mara. And it's 2-0 now as Hogan Brown had to jump out of the way. That double off the bat of Brown, the last time he came up to the dish, he hit it the other way into the left center field gap. And he hit it a long way out there. You could tell right off the bat nobody was going to be able to run it down. 2-0 breaking ball from Castro. It's right on the outside corner. And it's 2-1. Left-handed hitting Brown awaits the 2-1. Fastball misses outside and up high as well. Now 3-1. Castro on the mound has actually represented the Dominican Republic twice on the national stage. First in 2011 in the Baseball World Cup, and then in the World Baseball Classic in 2013 when the DR won the championship. 3-1 count to Brown. Breaking ball. That's a strike on the outside corner. And now Castro seems to have a little bit more faith in his fastball than he does, or in his breaking stuff, than he does in his fastball, as he's thrown it twice for a strike against Brown. Now he goes with the fastball. That's back up the middle and through into the outfield for a base hit. Around third comes Smybert. There won't be a throw. Hogan Brown's driven in another one, and it's 6-1 Jackfish.
Your designated hitter, number 13, Brandon.
A great at-bat from the number 8 hitter in Hogan Brown. His second RBI of the game, his 4th of the postseason, and it expands that Jackfish lead now. And Hogan Brown's good postseason continues. And now he's taking off for second. The throw down from Mara is not going to be in time. It skips into center field. Brown couldn't find the baseball for a moment. Once he picked it up, he had no chance of advancing to third. So he'll be credited with a stolen base, his 4th of the playoffs. And he's in scoring position for Nicholson, who's still looking to pick up his first base hit of the postseason. Castro to the plate, 0-1 pitch, misses outside, which evens up the count. Morello on deck, looking for his 3rd at-bat here in 3 innings. Nicholson looking to get on here as he sits in a 1-1 count, and the pitch from Castro, breaking ball fouled off the end of the bat. Nicholson now behind in the count at 1-2. On the point of Brown, he got down in the count, but was able to, or it was a full count. He had 2 strikes on him, but he was just able to put his bat on the ball and get a ball up the middle. Pitch misses up high to Nicholson, which evens the count at 2-2. And with 2 outs and 2 strikes on you, it's exactly what you need to do. Put a ball in play, and evidently that time it worked out for Brown as it found a hole back up the middle. That drove in Smybert, and that's such a big hit with 2 outs. and not leaving that runner out there at second base. Nicholson trying to do the same thing now. 2-2 from Castro. Bounced out to third base, but that'll be well foul. Down near the Jackfish dugout. Nicholson putting up a good fight. He went down on strike swinging in his first at-bat, chased a high fastball. Castro trying to get the strikeout once again to get himself out of this third inning. He comes set. Checks quickly the runner at second base and now comes to the plate. That's a breaking ball that bounced in the dirt. Check swing from Nicholson at the plate, but they're not even going to check. Definitely didn't go around. And it fills up the count at 3-2. Back-to-back hitters now that Castro has run the count full against. Another 3-2 offering. Breaking ball swung on and missed. Nicholson down on strikes for the second time here today. And it finishes off the Jackfish in the third inning. They do score one more on an RBI base hit from Hogan Brown. And they now lead it 6-1. As we go to the top half of the fourth inning, you're watching postseason Welland Jackfish baseball.
I'm here with Pete from Buffalo.
John Salazzo.
Fourth inning we go now. Brendan Lang here with you as John Salazzo starts things out for the Maple Leafs. And into the fourth inning now. Got to start getting some runs back if you're Toronto. Jackfish leading it by 5. It's 6-1. First pitch of the inning from Hartford is fouled away off the bat of Salazzo. And he falls behind in the count. Coming into play today, John Salazzo, .385 batting average for him throughout the first series. He flew out to the center fielder Gio Morello, his first time up back in the first inning. Behind in the count 0-1, Hartford lifts his leg and fires to the plate. It's outside. Evens up the count at 1-1. In this inning, we'll see Salazzo, the number 6 hitter Connor Lewis, and then Dan Mara, the number 7 batter. And if anybody can find their way on, Damon Toppoli will get an opportunity. 1-1 pitch from Hartford, misses outside, tried to be framed by Cocker, but he didn't get the call from Dean Overly behind the plate. So Salazzo jumps ahead now in the count. Next pitch from Hartford. It's over the plate and it's fouled off once again from the Maple Leafs third baseman, and he seems to be behind the fastball of Hartford right now. And if you're on the mound, I would expect you to go right back to it, maybe throw it a little bit higher, as Hartford has been known to do throughout the year. But we'll see what he goes with now with 2 strikes on Salazzo. Pitch from Hartford. He did go with the fastball. It's bounced out to shortstop. Smybert's up with it. His throw is right there in time. Salazzo set down in the 6-3 putout for the first out of the inning.
Center fielder Connor Lewis.
Hartford was able to get the Maple Leafs to go 1-2-3 for the first time in the third inning. Trying to do the same thing now as he Sees if he can keep that pitch count down a little bit here as we move through this ball game. Had to throw a lot of pitches in the first inning especially. Had to throw quite a few in the second as well. But see if he can get through the lineup quickly. Once again, that's a perfect breaking ball right there on the inside. On Connor Lewis, the center fielder today for the Maple Leafs. He bounced back to the mound his first time up, which finished off the first inning. Next pitch from Harford. It's fouled straight over my head here. And it's 0-2. Lewis, another guy who had a decent season with the bat for the Maple Leafs. Plays a good center field as well, hitting .298 during the year in 27 games. Pitch misses down low. Blocked behind the plate by Cocker, and it's now 1-2. As Dan Mara waits on deck. One-two offering from Harford, right back up the middle, and it is into center field. Base hit for Connor Lewis. Bangs it right back up the box.
Second baseman Dan Mara.
So that breaks a string of 5 straight set down by Harford. And now here comes Dan Mara, who lined out to first base to start off the second inning. Hit it decently hard, but right into the glove of Mateo Porcelato down there at first. And you look down at the spot now with Porcelato holding the runner on at first. That same hit likely results in a hit to right field. Defense up the middle playing in double play depth now. As Harford deals to the right, he squares around and bunts it up the third base line. Mattingly Romanen's going to let it roll. Foul. Smart play by Romanen down there at third base. He knew even if he picks that up in fair territory, he's not going to have an opportunity to throw out Mara at first base. So his only chance was to let the ball roll foul. And that's exactly what it did, just inches from clipping that third base bag. So that's the first strike on Mara. With Damon Toppoli waiting on deck. Connor Lewis takes his lead over there at first base. And the pitch to Mara just misses up high. Maybe a touch inside as well, and it's 1-1 now on the Maple Leafs second baseman. Lewis, 5 stolen bases in the regular season standing over there at first base, but he does not have a stolen base yet in the playoffs. But somebody with decent speed who could run, but down 5 runs, likely not going anywhere, needing to keep as many runners on base as possible. As Mara skies a ball into the outfield, incoming is Brown. Morello, the center fielder, racing over. He gets there and calls everybody off to make the catch. Covering good ground out there in center field. Morello remains busy. As there's 2 outs now, Lewis had to retreat back to first. And here comes the DH, Damon Toppoli. When Toppoli came up to the plate his first time, he fouled off a ton of tough pitches from Harford. Put together a great at-bat and ended up working his way on base with a hit by pitch. First pitch from Harford's right there on the outside. It's 0-1. Toppoli was shaken up after he got hit. Looked like it got him on that left elbow, but he ended up being okay and sticking around in this ball game. That's a good breaking ball right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-2. That fastball's inside, and Toppoli pulls it. Foul, though. So the count stays right where it is. And I possibly think here Harford might go back to the breaking ball. He got Toppoli to take it for a strike. See if he throws one further out of zone and gets a swing and a miss. He pulled a fastball. It bounced in the dirt. Cocker remaining steady behind the plate. Picked it up on the backhand. And it's 1-2, and that's always a tough play for a catcher. When it's a fastball thrown, the ball doesn't bounce up very high, kind of just skips across the dirt. So Cocker's only chance was to pick that on the backhand. Now Toppoli rolls a ball up the third baseline, but it gets foul too. He was way out in front of that breaking ball, but once again, Damon Topley able to put together a good at-bat. Foul off a tough pitch right there from Harford as he walks back to collect his bat now. Topley, the number 8 hitter, trying to find a way on. That'll bring up Greg Carrington. Batting in the number 9 spot, he's on deck. Topley was hit by the pitch and then he was erased on a fielder's choice. The last time he was up, ball fouled away. Count stays right where it is now at 1-2. Harford, if you remember, a season ago started game 1 of the postseason for the Jackfish against the Baycats, doing the same thing here, and now starting the first game of the semifinals. That ball's blooped out into the alley, and it's going to drop down, and it gets past Giddy and gets past Morello and rolls into the alley. Lewis is being sent around third, and he's going to come across the plate to score. A defensive miscue out there and a miscommunication between Justin Gideon and Gio Morello. And running hard all the way, Connor Lewis scores, and Topley ends up at second base.
Left fielder Greg Carrington.
So now Topley stands at second base. So he's in scoring position for Greg Carrington, who grounded into a fielder's choice his last time up. 6-2 now. Welland leads. First pitch from Harford to Carrington is down low in the dirt. Ball 1 to the number 9 hitter, and once again, if you're Harford, got to get this number 9 hitter. You do not want to see Jose Vinicio coming up to the dish. 1-0 from Harford, swing and a miss from Carrington. It evens the count up at 1-1, but Carrington kind of acts as that second leadoff man for the Maple Leafs. Gets on base often and can run as well. Pitch misses outside. And it's 2-1. Throughout the season, Carrington had a .417 on base percentage. Batting mostly down near the bottom of the order. From the left-handed batter's box, pitch is swung on and missed. Harford ramped up on a good fastball right there. Count evens up at 2-2 now, as Carrington's going to have to battle at the plate and try to put a ball in play with Topley standing out at second base. Defense playing in regular depth. Here comes the 2-2 from Harford, fouled straight back. Count stays right where it is. Crowd getting into it here, trying to get Harford through this 4th inning. Maple Leafs scored a run back in the first. Were held scoreless through the second and third, but have pushed another one across here in the 4th. It's a 6-2 ball game. Jackfish scoring in every inning so far. Another 2-2 from Harford. He went with an off-speed pitch, and it missed. 3-2 now, and I'd expect in a 3-2 count, with Vinicio looming on deck, that you're going to go right after the number 9 hitter here. Harford, we know, likes to use the fastball. He's set, and the 3-2. He does come with a fastball, and it's fouled away once again by Carrington. To keep the count right where it is, Toronto continuing to put together good at-bats. Harford has his sign, and another 3-2 swing and a miss from Carrington. He's down on strikes. So one run does come in to score, but Harford gets the strikeout of Carrington and limits the damage. Jackfish still lead at 6-2 as we go to the bottom half of the 4th inning.
It's time for the MT
Angel Castro back out there on the mound for his 4th inning of work. And it's back to the top of the lineup. It's Gio Morello. Coming up to the plate, Morello, Gideon, and Romanin due up. Here in this 4th inning, Jackfish has scored a run in every inning so far in this game, trying to do the same thing and get that run right back. First pitch is swung on and missed from Morello. Castro started him off with a breaking ball, and he's done that a few times now. Oh, 1 to Morello. That's a strike called. Morello pulled it back. He didn't like the call from Dean Overly. Shook his head a couple times, but he's behind in the count, 0-2. Castro rocks and fires a 2-strike pitch way up high. It's 1-2, and he's been missing a little bit more frequently with the fastball here as he's moved along in this outing. Relied a little more heavily on his breaking ball. 1-2 pitch is a fastball, and he gets a swing and a miss from Morello. He's set down for the 2nd time today. And there's 1 gone, and here comes Justin Gideon to the plate. And it was an adventure the last time Gideon came up to the plate. He popped the ball up high on the infield. Everybody converged on it, and nobody made the play. You had the catcher Mara around there. Vinicio came in. Dan Mara, the second baseman, was near there as well. But it dropped in. And that allowed a run to come in to score. Hogan Brown came across the plate. Gideon takes a first pitch fastball for a ball. And he's ahead in the count 1-0 with Mattingly Romanin on deck. Gideon, of course, leading the IBL in home runs with 19 throughout the year. He swings and fouls the ball back. Evens up the count at 1-1. Gideon has always had decent power at the plate. But this is the first time his home run numbers have really taken off. And he was up there in the top 10 in almost every major statistical offensive category. Sitting in a 1-1 count against Castro. Long pause. And now the pitch to the plate. It's fouled off down the left side. Gideon was behind the fastball from Castro. And now Castro jumps ahead. It's 1-2. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. High drive. Out to right field. If it's fair, it's gone. Sneaks it just inside the right field foul pole. Justin Gideon drives one out to right. And it's 7-2 Welland. Gideon with his 2nd home run of the postseason has gotten that run right back. Now it's Mattingly Romanin to the plate. First pitch from Castro is a strike at the knees. Gideon got out in front of that ball. It was hit hard and high down the line. And the only question really was it going to stay fair? And it ended up staying fair by plenty down the right field side. Got it over the wall, and now Romanin slashes a ball foul. Just finished talking about the power that Gideon possesses at the plate, and he showed it off right there. Every time you see him hit in batting practice, always puts on a show. And now he's putting on a show on the field as well. Romanin over the glove of an outstretched Castaldo. And into right field, that's a hit. And with that base knock, the Maple Leafs bullpen has sprung into action.
For catcher number 16, Sam Tucker.
Romanin with his 2nd hit of the game. He's been on base all 3 times he's come up to the plate today. really does a good job of using the opposite field, and he did it again right there. And now here comes Sam Cocker to the plate. Cocker, who struggled a little bit in the first series that the Jackfish played against the Kitchener Panthers, but he's off to a good start here. He did ground out his last time up, but he does have an RBI double to his name in this game as well. A ball that he hit over the glove of the center fielder, Connor Lewis. And with one out, he's going to hit with Romanen standing on first base. Romanen takes his lead, and Castro to the plate. It's called a ball on the inside. Once again, Castro thought he might have gotten the call. Checks over at the runner at first base, and the 1-0 bounces in the dirt. 2-0 now. 2-0 on Cocker. 7-2, Jackfish lead it on that home run by Justin Gideon. 2-0 to the plate. That's a strike right there at the knees. And it's now 2-1. On deck is James Smybert. Cocker had that double with Romanen standing on first base, but that one came with 2 outs. So, of course, with 2 outs, Romanen running on the crack of the bat. Wouldn't be the same case here with 1 out, but that's a broken bat. Flare into left field, dropping in. Single for Sam Cocker, and he's 2 for 3. That chases Mattingly Romanen to second base. And now here comes James Smybert to the plate. 1 out in the inning, and now there's going to be a meeting on the mound as it looks like manager Garrett Takamatsu's out of the dugout. The Maple Leafs bullpen is up as he takes the slow walk out there. Doesn't look like he's made the call to the bullpen yet, likely just to talk things over with his starter here. As the shortstop Vinicio and second baseman Dan Mara come in to discuss things as well. Looks to be right-hander Marek Deska warming up down in the Toronto bullpen. So no move made yet. Castro's going to stay out on the mound to face the left-handed hitting James Smybert. Smybert has a hit in this game. He's also struck out. Now 2 runners on after that broken bat single by Cocker. He stands at first base, and it's Mattingly Romanen who had an opposite field base hit. He stands at second. First pitch to Smybert. It's down low in the dirt. And it's 1-0, and you can see as this start has gone on, and Castro's had to throw quite a few pitches. He's lost command of the fastball just a little bit. Pitch is rifled back up the middle. It's down for a hit. Romanen being waved around third base. He's going to come in to score. Held at third is Sam Cocker. RBI single for James Smybert, and the Jackfish extend their lead again. It's 8-2. And Garrett Takamatsu has popped back out of the dugout. So after that RBI base hit by James Smybert to center field, Angel Castro will be chased from the ballgame. Pitching here in the 4th inning, he goes 3 1/3 as he walks off the mound, and a pitching change now for the Maple Leafs. Fourth inning here, Tyler Dupuis coming up, and a pitching change for the Maple Leafs. It's Marek Deska into the game for Toronto. First pitch from Deska out of the bullpen is a strike. The Mississauga native, he's pitched his entire career in Toronto. Had a .364 ERA throughout the regular season, made 10 appearances, 7 starts though, so he's likely able to provide some length out of the bullpen. There goes Smybert for second base. The throw down, it's going to be in time. No, it pops out of the glove, and Cocker's going to come in to score. The Jackfish looked like they were going to steal a run right there. Looked like they were going to try to steal a run with Smybert going out there, but the throw beat him by plenty, and he was dead out there at second base. But the ball was then dropped by the second baseman, Dan Mara. So Smybert gets in on the error, and Cocker comes in to score. So now with one out, it's Dupuis at the plate, swinging and missing at a fastball up. And he goes down on strikes. Swing and a miss at the high fastball. So Deska gets the first man he faces. And there's 2 outs for Matteo Porcelato.
The first baseman, number 10, Matteo.
He struck out and has a bunt single today. So the Maple Leafs, I'm sure, aren't in love with the start that they got from Castro. Especially with what he was able to do in his first outing of the postseason against the Baycats. Deska misses up high on a breaking ball, and it's 1-0. Thinking they likely be able to get some more length out of Castro. But now out of the bullpen, Deska is going to be relied upon to get some important outs here in this first game of the series. Next pitch is a strike on the outside corner to Porcelato. It evens up the count. Jackfish lead it 9-2. And threatening for more with 2 outs and a runner at second base. Deska pitching out of the stretch. Fastball fouled straight back. Might have caught the glove of the catcher, Mara. So that's a strike, and now a 1-2 count as Deska takes a walk around the mound. The other semifinal series here in the IBL playoffs is starting tonight as well. The London Majors facing off against the Hamilton Cardinals. London up 5-0 in the top of the second as the pitch misses up high. That game is happening in London. And then tomorrow, both series will continue as Welland travels to Toronto and London travels to Hamilton. Welland looking to be up a game going to Toronto, trying to win here at home to start off the series, and that'd be a big first win. Always want to defend home field in a postseason matchup. That's a swing and a miss from Porcelato. So Deska sets down the number 7 hitter for the Jackfish on strikes. He comes out of the bullpen and strikes out the 2 hitters he faces to get out of the inning. But the Jackfish lead it big. It's 9-2 as we go to the top half of the 5th inning. You're watching postseason Welland Jackfish baseball. 9-2 is our score as Jose Vinicio for the Toronto Maple Leafs walks up to the plate in the 5th inning. Jake Harford's still out there on the mound. Harford has had to throw quite a few pitches to get through 4 innings, though. 86 pitches for him on the ledger, and here comes his 87th of the game, and he pulls it inside to Vinicio, who backed off the plate. And it's 1-0. Of course, Harford has been given a great lead here to work with. So if you're on the mound at this time, just want to go right after these Toronto Maple Leaf hitters, and Vinicio puts a charge into one out to right field, and that ball's way gone. Vinicio goes out to right to lead off the 5th, and the Maple Leafs have got one back. It's 9-3. Vinicio with his first home run of the postseason. And that was no cheapie. He hit it a long way to right. And he knew it the second it came off his bat. Now here's the number 2 hitter in Justin Mara, the catcher. 0-1. Mara fouls one off. Goes back to the netting, and it pushes the count to 0-2. Vinicio, though, not necessarily known for his power. More of a speed threat at the plate. We saw him with a bunt single to start off the ball game. So he hit 1 home run during the regular season. And, of course, now he has 1 here in the playoffs. See if that gives a spark to this Toronto offense against Harford. And if you're Harford, you want to go right after this next hitter once again. Don't give in at all. You still got a good lead to work with. Still 9-3 Jackfish. Pitch from Harford misses up high. It's 2-2. In the 5th inning, nobody stirring in the Jackfish bullpen. Nobody up in the Toronto bullpen either, as Deska will likely have to pitch the bulk of some innings here. Here comes the 2-2 from Harford. It's fouled away by Mara. Keeps the count right where it is, and although they've only been able to muster 3 runs and haven't really been able to have a big inning, I've mentioned it a few times on the broadcast that they've put together quality at-bats, and again, Harford threw 86 pitches through 4 innings, now here working in the 5th, so they may chase him out of this game earlier than they may have thought, but that's a swing and a miss from Mara. He went with the breaking ball and got Mara way out on his front foot. So the Maple Leafs catcher, he's set down on strikes, and here comes Jordan Castaldo.
First baseman Jordan Castaldo.
Castaldo, the left-handed hitter, had a great first series. In the game today, he's 0 for 2, but he has gotten on base with that ground ball back to the pitcher in the 1st inning that bounced off the glove of Harford and allowed a run to come in to score. First pitch to Castaldo, it's taken for a ball. It's high, and it's 1-0. The ball was tapped lightly back to the mound, and it just ricocheted off the glove and went out to second base, and Vinicio with the speed came around to score. So Vinicio has scored 2 of the 3 runs today for Toronto. Next pitch to Castaldo, that's a strike right at the knees. Framed up behind the plate by Sam Cocker. Dean Overly gives him the call, and it's 1-1. Castaldo didn't like it. Now he's taking a few extra moments, standing outside of the left-handed batter's box, fixing his batting gloves, but now he's back in there. And the pitch from Harford, it's popped up foul. Out of play. And the count's now 1-2 on the first baseman for the Maple Leafs. After Castaldo will be Marcus Connect. 1-2 offering on the way to Castaldo. Breaking ball bounced in the dirt. I like the pitch selection by Harford to go with something off speed, try and see if you can get Castaldo to expand, but he, of course, has been a good hitter in the IBL for a long time. And didn't go fishing after that pitch, so now he's evened up the count again at 2-2. Harford's got to make a good pitch, and the pitch, it's a breaking ball, out to right field, and it's down. Castaldo checks in at first base. Second hit of the inning for the Maple Leafs. And now with a runner on base, here comes Marcus Connect. But before Connect comes up to the plate, Sam Cocker's going to go out to the mound and talk with Jake Harford. With Castaldo at first now. And one out. After Connect will be John Salazzo. He's on deck. Long conversation right now as we see a little bit of movement down there in the Welland bullpen, as it seems to be Casey Howard who's grabbed a ball. Or he hasn't started throwing yet, just running out down the line. So we'll see if he gets up. But for now, this is Harford's inning here in the fifth. And of course, he's got a good lead to work with. Still a 9-3 game. But here's Marcus Connect. First pitch misses. Connect jumps ahead. Connect does have good power. He did only have one home run on the year. Castaldo takes his lead from first, and Connect hits the ball high in the air. Morello can't see it. Over comes Gideon. Now he finds the baseball, but it drops in the gap. Gideon has some trouble picking it up. The throw comes in. Being held at third base is Castaldo. All the way into second is Marcus Connect. And the sky being troublesome right there for Gio Morello. So that'll go down as a double for Marcus Connect. Going from first to third is Jordan Castaldo, and this is the time of night where a lot of outfielders seem to have trouble with the ball. That dusk where it's not dark yet, but it's not light either. If it gets above the lights, it's just very, very difficult for the outfielders to find it. And Morello couldn't come up with the ball. Now it's John Salazzo. He hits the ball to center field. Morello coming in. He can't find this ball either, and it drops in behind him. Castaldo's going to come in to score. Around third, here comes Necht. Here comes the throw to the plate. Sliding in, it's going to be cut off. 2 more runs for the Maple Leafs. And they're right back in it. It's 9-5. And the sky continues to be a problem here. That's 2 balls now. Morello is lost out there. That ball wasn't hit as high, but still very difficult. And Brian Essery's out of the dugout. He's going to talk with Jake Harford. And Casey Howard has just now grabbed a baseball, and he's going to be throwing. Now this mound visit by Essery is likely to settle down his starter, but also to buy some time there for Howard to get loose. So that'll go down in the books as a 2 RBI double for John Salazzo. And now Essery coming back to the dugout. That was a long meeting out there by Essery, really buying some time, but he's going back now. There was some chirping from the Toronto dugout. Everything seems to be figured out, though, and this game has gotten a whole lot more interesting here in the 5th inning. It's 9-5. And here comes Connor Lewis. Ball is down low. Check that. That's an RBI single for Salazzo. He stands at first base. Eight hits in the game for the Maple Leafs, 12 for the Jackfish. Next pitch is inside. And it's 2-0 as Casey Howard continues to throw down there in the bullpen. Connor Lewis digs back into the box. John Salazzo standing over at first base. Salazzo no stolen bases so far in the postseason. Harford misses outside. And it's 3-0 on Lewis. Harford's going to try to zone it back in now. Only 1 out in this inning. Two extremely tough plays for Morello in center that balls have dropped in. And that's high. Lewis walks. So Lewis now down to first base. On the base on balls.
Second baseman.
And now here comes Dan Mara to the plate. And he's 0 for 2 in the game. And he's really had a tough time with the bat so far in the playoffs. And if you take a look at his numbers throughout the year as well, he hit .340 on the season. So a good hitter. He squares around but pulls it back. That's a strike. And he's a guy that, of course, can break out at any time. And if you're the Maple Leafs, you'd love to see it right now. And if you're Welland, you're hoping you can keep him down for just a little bit longer. 0-1 pitch from Hartford. It's popped up down the line. Brown on the run. He's not going to get there, but it drops in foul territory. That was close down the left field line. Mara almost dropped a ball in there that would have likely gotten at least one run home. But now he's behind in the count. It's 0-2. 9-5 game we play here in the fifth. Jackfish scored 1 in the first, 4 in the second, 1 in the third, and then 3 in the fourth. And for Toronto, they've scored 3 here in the fifth inning to put them right back in this ball game. Breaking ball out to right field. Gideon backing up. Now he's got it. Tagging from second base is Salazzo. He's going to move up on the flyout. Good base running from the runner at second in Salazzo. So a fly out to right field. And now runners at the corners with 2 outs. And here comes Damon Toppoli. As Cocker steps out to give the instructions on what they're going to do with runners at the corners. And now when the catcher comes out like that, he's usually telling them what if he wants to throw through here or if they're going to hold on to the ball if there were to be a stolen base. With Connor Lewis standing at first base. It's John Salazzo standing at third. Toppoli at the plate. Hartford's first pitch is right there on the outside corner. He jumps ahead of the designated hitter for the Maple Leafs. That was a good secondary lead right there from first base for Lewis. But he went back to the bag. We'll see now if he's moving on this next pitch. Here comes the 0-1. It's back up the middle, and it's into center field. That's a base hit. Salazzo comes across the plate to score. Morello knocks it down, but moving to third base is Lewis. Toppoli with a hit up the middle, and the game keeps getting interesting now. It's 9-6. The ball was hit hard up there, and then Morello seemed to be having some trouble with it, bobbled it for a second, which allowed Lewis to move to third. So Hartford's going to stay in the ball game to face the number 9 hitter in Carrington. 3-run ball game now. Carrington slashes a ball. It's down into left field. Another run coming in to score. That's Lewis, and it's a 2-run game. And that will be all for the starter here in Jake Hartford. Toppoli up to second. Another run comes in. Casey Howard coming into the ball game for the Jackfish. It's 9-7.
batting for the Leafs. Shortstop
9-7 ball game as Casey Howard is into the ball game for the Welland Jackfish. Greg Carrington with that RBI single to left field, which chased home Connor Lewis. And now it's runners at first and second with 2 out. And Casey Howard pitching to the leadoff man in Vinicio. Vinicio started off this inning with a home run to right field. Howard delivers, and it misses up high. Close pitch, but he didn't get the call. So it's 1-0. Jackfish leading by 2. And here comes the 1-0 from Howard. It's fouled straight back. And the count's now 1-1. On deck is Justin Mara. He struck out this inning. But if you're Howard, you don't want to see him coming up to the plate. Got to finish the inning off right here coming out of the bullpen. Brett Lawson is throwing down there for the Jackfish, so not sure how long Howard will be asked to go in this game. Next pitch of Vinicio, it's inside. He gets out of the way. Cocker, great job behind the plate to corral the baseball. If he doesn't come up with that ball, both runners likely move up. So that's big to keep those runners right where they are at first and second. It's Damon Toppoli at second base. Greg Carrington, he stands at first. And Jose Vinicio at the plate in a 9-7 ball game here in the 5th. 5 runs have already come across the plate here for the Maple Leafs. Howard's pitch, it's fouled off. And it evens the count up at 2-2. Vinicio, of course, one of the top players on this team. He is from the Dominican Republic and was signed by the Boston Red Sox, an international free agency, in 2013. And a guy that they really rely upon here in Toronto at the top of the order, and he's come up big already here today. Now time is called by Cocker. As him and Howard weren't on the same page. Crowd trying to get into it now to get Casey Howard out of this 5th inning. Sets at the belt, and the pitch to Vinicio swung on and fouled away. Just behind the plate, fouled it off the protective netting. And the count stays right where it is at 2-2. Not a ton of speed out there at second base, but with 2 outs, he'll be going on contact. So a base hit likely could push home another run. Howard trying to work out of this situation. 2-2 to Vinicio, fouled away once again. He stays alive. The Maple Leafs continue to put together quality at-bats. And that's the exact reason that they've been able to get back into this ball game. Howard looks in. He's got his sign from Cocker. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Back up the middle, and it's going to get through to center field. Toppoli chugging around third base. Morello up with it. There's not going to be a throw. Toppoli across the plate, and the Maple Leafs are within 1. Jose Vinicio with an RBI single up the middle. And Brian Essery out of the dugout before Justin Mara comes up to the plate. And Casey Howard, he's out of the ballgame. Could not get the man he was tasked with getting, so now here comes Brett Lawson.
Justin Morrow.
Here comes Justin Morrow to the plate in a huge spot. Casey Howard, he's out of the game. And it's Brett Lawson, the big righty, coming in for Welland to face off against the Toronto catcher. Vinicio runs on the first pitch. It's bounced out to first base. One pitch, one out for Lawson out of the bullpen. And he works out of the inning. But the Maple Leafs have made it a one-run game. The Jackfish now lead it 9-8 as we go to the bottom half of the fifth inning. You're watching postseason Welland Jackfish baseball. Bottom half of the fifth inning. Maple Leafs have come all the way back, and they're within one run. It's 9-8. Jackfish lead it. Jackfish are up at 9-2 at one point. 6 runs coming across the plate in that last inning for the Maple Leafs. So the Jackfish got a battle now. And it's Hogan Brown coming up to the plate. He's 2 for 2 with 2 RBIs in the game. Marek Deska back on the mound, and he gets a first pitch strike over the outside. It's 0-1. Brown had an RBI double in the second inning and then had an RBI base hit an inning ago. He swings and misses at an off-speed pitch. Or that was back in the third inning. He had that RBI base hit to center field. That was with 2 outs. A massive run it's proving to be for the Jackfish now as they lead by 1. Don't think anybody here in the ballpark saw this one coming as the pitch misses up high from Deska, and it's 1-2. Seemed like everything that could go wrong did go wrong in that last inning for the Jackfish. 1-2 pitch from Deska. It's fouled off by Brown. They had the 2 balls in center field that were routine flyouts at any other time of the day. But 2 times Gio Morello in center couldn't find the baseball with that dusk sky. Couple hits mixed in there by the Maple Leafs, and it's a 1-run game. Brown takes up high, and it's 2-2. After Brown, it will be Nicholson, and then it's back to the top of the order in Gio Morello. Nobody up right now in the Toronto bullpen. Again, Deska likely is going to be asked to eat some innings here after Castro didn't go as deep as the Maple Leafs probably wanted him to go, and Harford didn't go that deep either on the side of the Jackfish. Fouled straight back by Brown. Count stays where it is. Both of those pitchers were looked at as the aces of their staffs, and they still are, of course. But 2 guys that you'd expect to go a little bit farther into the ballgame. Castro not able to make it out of the fourth, and Hartford not able to make it out of the fifth. Next pitch to Brown. It's a breaking ball, and it's fouled away. Brown's putting together a great at-bat here. Count stays right where it is at 2-2. Deska's got to find a different way to put away Hogan Brown right now, because it seems like everything he's throwing to him, Brown is able to get a piece of. Just trying to find a way on as the Jackfish try to get a few runs back. Brown hits a ball in the air to left field. That's Greg Carrington backing up a little bit. Now he has it. For the first out of the inning, Hogan Brown is retired. And here comes Brandon Nicholson to the plate.
Designated hitter number
Nicholson has struck out twice here today.
Nicholson.
Nicholson has driven in a run this postseason. Hitting from the right side here. This is the first time he will face off against Deska here today. Deska pitching out of the full windup, and here comes the pitch. It's right back out to second base. That's picked up by Mara. His throw is there in time. Nicholson retired quickly for the second out of the inning, and it's back to the top of the lineup. Here comes Gio Morello.
Number 11, Gio Morello.
Morello in the game today. He's 0 for 2. He has been on base with a hit by pitch, though. Has struck out twice, so he's pretty happy that Castro's out of the game. But Deska's been tough as well. He's retired all 4 hitters that he's faced since coming out of the bullpen. Morello squares around and pops a bunt foul out of play. I like the idea with the speed, and Gideon on deck, who has power. Of course, he showed that off when he hit a home run in the 4th. See if you can get on for Gideon to come to the plate. We've seen multi-home run games from Justin Gideon as well. 0-1 count, and the pitch to Morello. It misses outside. You could tell Mara wanted the call. No dice, though, with Dean Overly, and it's 1-1. Deska working very quickly, and the pitch to the plate. It misses outside once again. Morello now jumping ahead in the count here as we play in the 5th inning. 9-8 is our score. Jackfish up at the moment. Here comes the 2-1 from Deska. It is a strike on the outside corner. Two and two now. The crowd here in Welland didn't like the call. Seemed to be in the same spot as the one that was called a ball earlier. But nonetheless, it is 2-2. 2 outs, and the offering from Deska, it's up high. Straighten Morello up in the left-handed batter's box. Count runs full now with Justin Gideon waiting on deck. Deska looks in for the sign. He has it. Fires the 3-2. Fouled off down by the Jackfish dugout. Morello now putting up a fight. Quiet in the Jackfish bullpen. Brett Lawson, who has been a starter at different points in his career, will come back out, and he can provide a little bit of length here in this game. Another 3-2 to Morello. It's popped up high in the air, but it'll get fouled back behind the plate. And once again, Deska's going to take a walk around the mound. And the count stays right where it is at 3-2. Morello putting together a good battle. 2 outs here in the inning. Deska trying to get the Jackfish 1-2-3 here in the 5th. Breaking ball, it's popped up once again. Mara going back. He's going to give it a look, but it's going to get foul too. Now the Leafs, of course, come roaring back there in the top half of this inning. Now if you're Deska on the mound, you want to get the hitters right back to the plate as quickly as possible. And if you're on the side of the Jackfish, you want to try to throw a wrench in those plans a little bit. See if you can keep the defense on the field for a little bit longer. Next pitch to Morello. It's right back up the middle, and it squeaks through into center field. Gio Morello slips going around first. But that's a base hit for the Jackfish leadoff man. First hit of the game for him. And he's on at first base.
Right fielder number
for Justin Gideon. Justin Gideon, last time he was at the plate, gave one a ride to right field. Hit it down the line. It stayed fair inside the right field foul pole. He hopes to provide some of that same magic here. Facing off against a different pitcher this time. It was his second home run of the postseason after hitting a league-leading 19 during the year. Morello takes his lead. First pitch to Gideon. It misses outside. So Gideon jumps ahead here on Deska. One and 0 count. It's Mattingly Romanen standing on deck. Morello's running. The throw down. There will be no throw. Morello steals it. But it's a called strike at the plate. Mara didn't stand up like he was going to throw. He tried to throw it from his knees, but couldn't get a good handle on the baseball. So now it's a 1-1 count for Gideon at the plate. Morello standing in scoring position at second base, and that's a big stolen base there for Morello. It's his first of the playoffs. Pitch misses outside to Gideon. Now with him standing on second base, especially with the speed he has, a base hit scores a run, and the Jackfish would love to get at least one of those runs back. Gideon looking to come through with 2 outs. He swings and pops a ball up high in the air, but that'll get out of play. It evens up the count now at 2-2. And you got to credit Deska. He's come out here, and he's come right after these Jackfish hitters. Was able to get the first 2 before allowing that base hit to Morello, and now a stolen base has him standing out there at second. Here comes the 2-2. Popped up, out to left field. That's Greg Carrington on the run. He's calling for it, and he's got it. Gideon retired on a fly ball to left field. And the Jackfish go down quietly. A runner gets to second base, but they can't score him. Still a 1-run game. Jackfish lead at 9-8. You're watching Welland Jackfish postseason baseball. Top of the 6th inning we go. Jackfish leading it by 1 run. It's 9-8. Welland out hitting Toronto right now, 13-11. This is a big inning right now for Brett Lawson. He's going to get the meat of this Toronto order. It's 3-4-5. That's Jordan Costallo at the plate right now. Then it's Marcus Connect and John Solazzo. Coming up here in this 6th inning. First pitch of the inning from Lawson is a breaking ball. It's outside. And it's 1-0, and there's action again in the Welland bullpen. That's Chris Bowato warming up. The lefty getting loose. Lawson kicks and fires the 1-0. Misses up high. Called a ball just above the letters. Defense playing in regular depth right now, playing straight up, and here comes the 2-2 to Castaldo. He swings at it and pops it up high down the line. Brown giving it a run. He's over, and he can't make the play. Overran the ball. Hogan Brown had a long way to go, and it looked like he made it over there, but the ball kicked back on him a little bit, and he wasn't able to hang on to it. So Castaldo's going to get another life, as that's the first strike of his at-bat. See if Castaldo can take advantage of that drop pop-up. Of course, it was a difficult play for Brown going down the line. Here comes the 2-1 to Castaldo. He swings and fouls it off. And it's 2-2. Speaking again on that range from the Jackfish defense. Was showing off right there with Brown using his speed to get over to the ball. Two and 2 count. And the pitch to Castaldo. Right there on the outside corner. Strike 3 called. He got him looking for the first out of the inning. Lawson with a huge strikeout of Jordan Castaldo. And there's one out.
Right fielder Marcus Connect.
And now here comes Marcus Connect. He had an RBI double when he came up last. That was a ball that Morello had trouble with in center field. Connect takes the first pitch up high, and it's 1-0. That was back-to-back balls that Morello had difficulties with the sky. Couldn't find the ball off Connect, and then it was Salazzo who stands on deck that hit another pop fly to center field that Morello couldn't find. And now Connect drives a ball out to left field. That's Hogan Brown backing up. Morello's over. Brown makes the catch. On the warning track, he hauls it in. A long run. But he makes the play on the forehand for the second out of the inning. Good defensive play. It looked a little dicey there for a second, with Brown going over and Morello coming in from center field, but it was Hogan Brown, the left fielder, that called him off and made the grab. And now with 2 outs, it's John Salazzo coming up to the plate. Salazzo also hit a ball to center field that dropped in for an RBI his last time. That's a ball that's down low, and it's 1-0. Lawson has set down the first 2 hitters that he's faced here in this inning, trying to set down Salazzo, but if Salazzo does get on, Connor Lewis will come up with 2 outs. Pitch to Salazzo, it's fouled off. And it's 1-1 on the Maple Leafs third baseman. Salazzo officially 1 for 3 in the game with 2 RBIs to his name. Pitching out of the wind, and the offering from Lawson. Swing and a miss. Good off-speed pitch there from the big right-hander. Got Salazzo to swing over the top, and he's ahead 1-2. Lawson looking for a big strikeout here in the 6th inning. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Bounced in the dirt. Cocker kept it in front of himself, but it missed down low. And Salazzo has now worked back to an even count at 2-2. Bowato continues to throw in the Jackfish bullpen. Nobody up for the Maple Leafs. Now here comes a 2-2 from Lawson. Fly ball to left field. Hogan Brown on the run, moving towards the line, and he gets there and makes the catch. Lawson works through it 3 up, 3 down as the Maple Leafs are retired. Still a 1-run game. It's 9-8. Jackfish coming up now in the 6th inning. Bottom of the 6th inning, it's Mattingly Romanen. Coming up, 3-4-5, Romanen, Sam Cocker, and James Smybert. The hitters in this 6th inning as the Jackfish look to pad their lead a little bit, just 1 run at this point. Does not feel safe. It would be good to get a few more runs here in the 6th. First pitch to Romanen is called a ball. From Deska, who's now working into his 3rd inning of work. Winds and fires. A breaking ball misses up high. And it's 2-0. Romanen today has done a good job at the plate. He's been on base all 3 times he's come up. He was hit by a pitch in the first, and then he has 2 singles to right field, really using the opposite way effectively today. He fouls that one right back, and it's 2-1. He was right on the fastball that was up at the top of the zone. Just wasn't able to keep it fair. But still ahead in the count at 2-1. Deska has really done a good job since coming out of the bullpen. And he's been really a reliable arm all season long for the Maple Leafs. His next pitch, it's popped up foul once again. And it evens up the count at 2-2. And Deska, again, he is one of those guys, and the Jackfish have a couple of them as well, that work very, very quickly. Get the ball back and go to the plate. He's taking a few walks around the mound here, but for the most part working quickly. Here comes a 2-2. That pitch misses outside. Mara wanted to frame it up, but he didn't get the call, and it's 3-2 now against the number 3 hitter in Romanen. Comes set with his glove down at the knees, and now here comes a full count pitch. That's cracked out to left field. Backing up is Carrington. He's on the run, and he hauls it in just in front of the track. First out of the inning on a nice defensive play by Greg Carrington. Now here comes Sam Cocker.
The catcher, number 16, Sam Cocker.
Sam Cocker has also had a good day at the plate. He's 2 for 3. RBI double in the first, had a base hit in the fourth. First pitch from Deska is called strike at the knees. Couple moans and groans from the crowd, but it's 0-1. Deska throws a breaking ball that's a called strike down low, and it's 0-2. After the Maple Leafs had that great inning where they pushed across 6 runs, you could hear a pin drop in this place, but the crowd is lively once again. The 0-2 from Deska, it's put in play down the right field side, but it'll drift off and out of play onto the berm. So Cocker stays alive right now as he's well behind in the count at 0-2. And now the Let's Go Jackfish chants start to ring out here. Crowd really getting into it. Jackfish trying for some insurance runs here in the 6th. Deska misses with a breaking ball outside. Cocker looking to get on in front of James Smybert. 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball missed once again. It's a 2-2 count. Similar pitch that was called a ball before, that Mara wanted a strike call on. And now it's 2-2. The pitch from Deska, it's up high, and now another full count. Roman, and the first hitter of this inning, worked Deska to a full count. And now Cocker doing it again right here. And that has sprung some action into the Maple Leafs bullpen. 3-2. Popped up high in the air, but it'll get well out of play, foul behind the dish. And now you can see on the mound the pace of Marek Deska is really slowed down. Mentioned how he's working quickly early on, but now every time he gets the ball back, seems to have a nice walk around the mound, rub up the baseball. But he's set to go, and another 3-2 pitch to Cocker. High in the air on the infield. That's Jose Vinicio backing up. Mara, the second baseman, is there as well, but Vinicio makes the catch. Backing up into the outfield for the second out of the inning. Pop up to the shortstop. Cocker is retired. He's now 2 for 4. And now it's James Smybert, the lefty, coming up to the plate.
The shortstop, number 23,
We'll find out as quickly as possible who that is warming up down there in the bullpen for the Maple Leafs. James Smybert facing off against Marek Deska. First pitch is down low. It's 1-0. Now Smybert hits a ball high in the air. Mara, the second baseman, backing up. Now coming in a few steps, and he's got it. A 1-2-3 inning for Marek Deska. And the Jackfish go quietly. Here in the 6th inning, they still lead it by 1. It's 9-8. We go to the top of the 7th inning. You're watching postseason Welland Jackfish baseball.
Fisherman's catch. Leading off the 7th inning.
We go into the back third of this game now. Brendan Lang here with you as the Jackfish lead 9-8. And it's Connor Lewis starting things up. Brett Lawson back out there on the mound with the bullpen starting the inning loosening. First pitch of the inning, squaring around at the plate was Lewis, but he pulled it back and took a strike. It's 0-1. Lewis, Mara, and Toppoli due up here in the 7th. Lawson trying to keep this score right where it is and get the Jackfish bats back up to the plate. That's an easy hop for the third baseman, Romanen. The throw is in time at first. 2 pitches, and he gets the out of Lewis for the first man retired here in this 7th inning, and that'll bring up Dan Morrow.
Dan Morrow.
Down the right field line for the Maple Leafs, it's Sam Green warming up, and then it's Chris Bowado warming up for the Jackfish. See if Deska's day is over. First pitch from Lawson to Mara. That's a ball. And it's 1-0. Dan Mara flew out to right field. His last time up, he's 0 for 3 in the game. 1-0 pitch from Lawson. Misses just down low. And it's 2-0 now. Here comes the 2-0 offering. That's a strike on the outside corner. And it's 2-1. Great job by Lawson to get back into the zone. Lawson, a guy who's not going to strike out a ton of hitters. Induces a lot of weak contact. Pitch is just inside. He went with something off speed. Wanted the call. He didn't get it, and it's 3-1. Also a guy who doesn't walk a lot of hitters. Throughout the season, he only walked 2 hitters in 19 2/3 innings pitched, always around the zone. The 3-1, that's called a ball. As he snaps his glove back at the baseball when he gets it from Sam Cocker. So Dan Mara, he's going to go down to first base with a walk. And here comes Damon Toppoli. Toppoli, who was hot in the first series, has carried that right over here in this series. Couple RBIs for him here today. As the runner takes his lead off of first. First pitch to Toppoli, it misses inside. 1-0 now as Bowado continues to throw. Looks like he's likely ready down there. Lawson's got his sign. Set at the belt. Pitch to Toppoli. He checked his swing, but they're going to say he went around at the plate. And it's 1-1. The Maple Leafs dugout is up in arms about that call. They thought they should have checked down to the first base umpire. But Dean Overly didn't give it to him. So now it's 1-1. First to check over there at first base, easily getting back, is Dan Mara. He got back standing up. Not the A move from Brett Lawson for sure. Kind of just flipped the ball over there to make sure that he's staying close. And there he goes for second. Toppoli hits a ball on the ground, gloved by Smybert. He's going to throw it across his body, but it's going to pull Porcelato off the bag. Infield base hit for Damon Toppoli. And that puts 2 runners on base, and it's Greg Carrington at the plate, who had an RBI his last time to left field. It was a ball that he just punched through over the head of the third baseman, dropped in front of Hogan Brown. And with 1 out, Lawson has to get a big out here. If you're Lawson on the mound, you're likely looking for either a strikeout or possibly a ground ball. Carrington does have some speed at the plate, so it may be a little tough to double him off. So he does have a stolen base in this game, but a ground ball right at a middle infielder would be welcome right now. And now after that mound meeting by Sam Cocker, Brian Essery's going to come out of the dugout. He looks down to his bullpen. So that meeting there by Cocker was just to buy some time, and he has made the call. Brett Lawson out of the game Runners at first and second to greet Chris Bowato when he comes in from the bullpen. Chris Bowato out of the bullpen, and it's Greg Carrington, the first man that's going to face him. Bowato on the season had a 2.89 ERA lefty-on-lefty matchup, and this is exactly what you want. Essery going to Bowato to face the number 9 hitter. With one out, Carrington squares around to Bunny, pulls it back, but it's a strike from Bowato. He jumps ahead in the count. Pitched in 19 games. 17 of those coming out of the bullpen, 46 and 2/3 innings. Walked 12 and 51 strikeouts for him. He's made one appearance so far in the playoffs. 0-1 misses outside. Evens the count up at 1-1. That game came against Kitchener in the first game of the series. Picked up the save in that game. Pitched 4 innings in relief to get the save. 1-1 count, 1 out. And the pitch to Carrington. That's a strike on the outside corner. Bowato jumps ahead. It's 1-2 with nobody warming behind him. Trying to get the lefty right here. Carrington digs into the box. Bowato long look in. Now he's got his sign. Comes set at the belt. Look at the runner at second. And here comes the pitch to Carrington. Runner's moving for third, and the ball's bounced foul. Porcelato came up with it, but it was in foul territory, and now still 1-2. On the play, though, at second base, that was Dan Morrow who took off for third. Not something you normally see, especially in a close game like this with a left-handed hitter at the plate. You've got that easier throw from the catcher down there with the right-handed batter's box being open. So maybe just trying to catch them by surprise there. Another good lead off of second base. And here comes the 1-2. He's not running this time. That's a breaking ball. It's bounced out to second base. Dupuis throw to second for 1. Turn back to first. It's not in time. Carrington beats it out down the line. Second time today, Greg Carrington has bounced into a fielder's choice. Toppoli goes back to the dugout after he is retired, and it's back to the top of the lineup. Here's Jose Vinicio. Vinicio has had a good day at the plate. 3 for 4. Bunt single, homer single, and a flyout. And the first time today, Vinicio's going to have to turn around and bat from the right side. The switch hitter facing exclusively righties to this point in the game. So that's part of the thinking as well from Essery. Get Carrington the lefty and then spin around the switch hitter at the top of the lineup. The first pitch, he pops up and it's foul behind the plate. 0-1 count, 2 outs. Vinicio trying to get on to get Justin Mara, the catcher, to the plate. And with a runner 90 feet away at third. That's Dan Mara over there. He moved up on the fielder's choice. And the runner at first is Carrington. Boato sets. And he's going to pick over to first. Back easily that time was Carrington. Kind of went into about a half slide right there. Now he takes his lead off once again as Porcelato holds him on. Boato delivers to the plate. That's a strike in the inside corner. Vinicio backed off the plate a little bit, thinking it may be inside, but it caught the corner, and it's 0-2. Now the crowd really getting into it here at the pond. Boato in a tough situation, trying to work out of the jam. 0-2 count. They're going to pick over to first once again. Taking a big lead off of third base that time was Dan Mara when Boato stepped off at a snap throw to first. But Porcelato noticed that and snuffed it out quickly. Vinicio way behind in the count. Boato looking for the strikeout. Runner going. Vinicio hits a ball through the hole into right field. That's a base hit. This game is tied. Going from first to third is Carrington. And it's 9-9.
Catcher Justin Mara.
Boato got Vinicio into an 0-2 count, but couldn't put him away. Running on the pitch, Carrington moves all the way into third. And now Brian Essery's out of the dugout, as he's going to have a chat with Boato. But this game is all square. Not something you expected if you think back going into the 5th inning. The Jackfish leading 9-2. 6 runs coming across the plate then. Another one tacked on right here. Again, Boato jumped out to Vinicio, but just a great job by the leadoff man for Toronto to be able to poke a ball through the hole. And now with a runner at third base, there is 2 outs, first and third. Vinicio stands at first, and it's Greg Carrington over there at third, now just 90 feet away from the Maple Leafs, taking the lead in this ball game with Justin Mara, the catcher, at the plate. Boato going to try to work out of this and keep this score tied and let the offense do their thing. Left-handed hitter Mara, he's at the plate. Lefty-on-lefty matchup. Boato's first pitch, Vinicio's running. They're just going to let him take it. That's a stolen base for Jose Vinicio. Boato now is going to take a second as he's going to have to tie his shoe behind the mound. But Jose Vinicio continues his good day. Boato now got to move on from that, though, and focus on setting down the number 2 hitter here for the Maple Leafs. He's ahead 0-1. It's Jordan Castaldo waiting on deck. 0-1 pitch to Mara. Breaking ball dropped in there for a strike. And he's ahead 0-2. Vinicio takes his lead off of second as Boato steps off. Carrington takes his lead down from third. Boato looks in. He's got his sign. And the pitch to Mara. Breaking ball just missed inside. He couldn't quite get it back to the inside corner. First miss to Mara. It's 1-2 now on the plate. Vinicio took a few hard steps towards third, looking like he was stealing, but of course he's not going anywhere with a runner standing over there. But a big lead. 1-2 pitch. Just misses outside. All the umpires in the crowd don't agree, as they let out a roar. Bowato started walking off the field. Cocker started walking off the field. But now they're going to have to regroup. And Bowato's going to still have to try to finish off here, as now time is called, as there's fireworks going on, and it seems like they're going to take a moment to let that round finish. So that's all taken care of. Bowato now back onto the hill. Set, and the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, it's popped up high in the air. Sam Cocker goes back to the screen. He reaches up, and he can't make the catch. It pushed Cocker all the way back to the screen, and it went off his glove, and he couldn't hang on to it. What looked like they had the third out in their hands. They got to do it again. Now that's twice. One time on the strike, that time on the drop foul ball pop-up that they thought they were out of the inning. But Bowato's got a battle now. Crowd behind him. Here comes another 2-2 pitch to Mara. It's hit in the air, center field. Morello coming on, he's not going to get there. Carrington scores, Vinicio scores, and the Maple Leafs have taken the lead. A 2-run RBI single up the middle for Justin Mara. And it's 11-9 Toronto.
First baseman Jordan Castaldo.
Castaldo now at the plate. First pitch from Bowato's a breaking ball for a strike. That's an 0-1 count now, and the Maple Leafs have roared all the way back. Oh and 1 offering from Bowato. Swung on and missed from Castaldo. 0-2 now. But the Maple Leafs put up a fight. Down 9-2 going into the fifth. Have come all the way back, and they now hold a 2-run lead. Here as we play in the seventh, 3 runs have been plated this inning. 0-2 pitch to Castaldo. He missed outside. It's 1-2. Justin Mara stands over there at first base. After the 2 RBI single, and the crowd has gone quiet. 1-2 from Bowato. Breaking ball, misses. Mara's on his way to second, and he slides in safely with a delayed steal. Mara now in scoring position for Castaldo. And that's a huge stolen base for the Maple Leafs. Now a base hit, likely plates another one. Bowato going to try to hold them off, though. And here comes the 2-2 to Castaldo. Swing and a miss. Bowato gets out of it. Castaldo down on strikes for the third out of the inning. But 3 runs come across the plate, and Toronto have roared all the way back. They now have a 2-run lead. It's 11-9. As we go to the bottom half of the 7th inning, you're watching postseason Welland Jackfish baseball. Seventh inning stretch done. We're back here, and the Maple Leafs have taken the lead. It's 11-9 here in the seventh inning. Tyler Dupuis tasked to start things off against the new pitcher for the Maple Leafs. It's Sam Green. Dupuis squared around a bunt there and pulled it back for a ball. Dupuis, Porcelato, and Brown in this inning. Good part of the lineup for the Jackfish for Green. He had a .487 ERA throughout the year, 14 appearances. 3 of those starts, this time, of course, coming out of the bullpen. 1-0 pitch to Dupuis. It's up and in. He gets out of the way. So far in the postseason, Green has made 1 appearance. It was a start against Barrie, and he had 4 innings and gave up 3 runs. Jackfish trying to put a hurting on him right now. 2-0 to Dupuis. He swings and misses. And it's 2-1 as the crowd getting into it now. Trying to will Tyler Dupuis on base to get Porcelato up with somebody out there. Here comes the 2-1 from Green. It's up and tight once again. Dupuis had to bend out of the way. 3-1 now on Dupuis. Dupuis rifled a base hit in the second inning, but other than that, he struck out twice. Trying to get on here to start off the inning. Here comes the 3-1 from Green, and it's hit in the air to right field. That pushes over Marcus Connect. He's underneath it now, and he's got it. For the first out of the inning, Dupuis is retired on a fly out to right. And here comes Mateo Porcelato now to the plate. With 1 out. Here in the 7th inning, Porcelato, too, had a bunt single in the second inning, and then he struck out twice as well the last time, 2 times he's come up. So kind of the same thing that Dupuis has had going on in this game. Porcelato trying to break out of that, though, and come up with a big hit now in a 2-run ball game in the 7th. Hogan Brown on deck. Sam Green's pitch to Porcelato. It's taken high for a ball. It's 1-0. The first 2 hitters that Green has faced out of the bullpen. He's fallen behind quickly. Dupuis couldn't take advantage. Porcelato now trying to take advantage this time. 1-0 pitch misses up high, and it's 2-0. As Sam Green throws, there is stirring in the Toronto bullpen, but nobody really throwing yet. And on the Welland side, nobody up. Looks like Chris Bowato will be coming back out. Porcelato awaits, and the 2-0. It's popped foul. Up over the screen, and it's 2-1. Two-one pitch to Porcelato. That's poured over at the knees for a strike. 2-2 count as Green has worked his way back into the count. Fell behind 2-0 and then got the foul off by Porcelato, and then a perfectly located fastball at the knees. And now here comes the 2-2 from Green. He misses inside, and it runs the count full at 3-2. Of course, down in that Toronto bullpen, Franklin Hernandez looms, one of the best relievers in the IBL. Here comes the 3-2 from Green, and Porcelato puts a charge into one, out to right field, and that ball is gone! Mateo Porcelato drives one out to right center field, and the Jackfish are back within 1.
Fans, get on your feet for number 10, Mateo Porcelato.
And a massive hit off the bat of Mateo Porcelato has fired up the Welland dugout and the Welland crowd, and it's a 1-run game. After the home run, Takamatsu's going to have to come out of the dugout and talk with Sam Green Off the bat, Porcelato knew he hit it well. You could see Connect going over, put his glove up almost as a decoy, knew he wasn't going to get there either way. Stopped, turned around, but that ball just got over the wall. And exactly the kind of moment the Jackfish needed to get that momentum back on their side after Toronto was able to take the lead for the first time here today. Now Brown squares around and bunts, but he bunts it foul. One out. Number 8 hitter at the plate. Brown has had a good day. He's 2 for 3. Green comes set in the stretch, and here comes the 0-1 offering. It's outside, and it evens the count up at 1-1. The home run has woken up the crowd. As Brown stands in, here comes the 1-1 to him. He swings at it and fouls it away. One, two now, Brown behind in the count. Brown trying to get on. In front of Nicholson, the number 9 hitter on deck. Next pitch to Brown, it bounces in the dirt. Great job by Brown at the plate to be able to hold off. 2-2 now. As Hogan Brown stands into the left-handed batter's box. Green ready. Here comes the 2-2 to Brown. Breaking ball had missed outside. And the counts run full. Back-to-back full counts for the Jackfish now. Three-two, 1 out as we play in the 7th. And the pitch from Green. Brown swings at it, pops it high in the air into foul territory. Vinicio going over. He overran the baseball, but he reaches back and hangs on. What a play by the Toronto shortstop. To get Hogan Brown. So now it's 2 outs, and here's Brandon Nicholson. And this is a big spot for the Jackfish DH. Needs to find a way to get on, to get Morello in the top of the lineup back up to the plate here in this 7th inning with runners on. First pitch to Nicholson. He swings at it, and it's popped up high in the air on the infield. Salazzo coming in. Now it's Vinicio, the shortstop, calling him off and making the catch to finish off the inning. Maple Leafs still lead it by 1, but the Jackfish do get one back off a home run by Mateo Porcelato. It's now 11-10 as we go to the 8th inning. You're watching postseason Welland Jackfish baseball. Eighth inning we go. Toronto leads it by 1. It's 11-10. And it's Marcus Connect coming to the plate, number 4 hitter in this lineup. He's 1 for 4. He has a double that came back in the 5th inning, facing the lefty in Bowato. First pitch is ripped foul. Smashed it down towards the Jackfish dugout. So Bowato jumps ahead of Connect, 0-1. John Salazzo stands on deck. Connor Lewis to follow him. Bowato in the wind, and the 0-1 pitch is back up the middle. That's down. It's a base hit into center field. Leading off the inning, Marcus Connect gets on first. And that'll bring up John Salazzo to the plate with nobody out and a runner standing at first base. Bowato now going to face off against the lefty in Salazzo. And then a right-hander to follow him. First pitch of the at-bat to Salazzo, it's down low. Misses, and it's 1-0. Still nobody up in the Jackfish bullpen. If you're the Jackfish, the matchup you want, though. Lefty on lefty here against Salazzo. Here comes the pitch from Bowato, and it's rifled back to the mound and right into center field. Another hit. That ball came screaming back to Bowato out there. He had to chuck and duck, but he got out of the way. Hard hit ball to center field, pushes a runner into scoring position in Connect. And it's Salazzo now standing at first base, and it's Connor Lewis coming to the plate. Lewis is 1 for 3 with a walk. That one hit coming back in the 4th inning. He did score a run. Hitting now with 2 runners out there. Corner's playing in as he squares around a bunt, and he bunts it down the first base line, but it's going to get foul. 0-1 now, as I'm sure the corners will remain in, and I'm sure the Maple Leafs will take another shot at it with 1 strike. And at the plate, you want to get this ball down to third base. Looked like he was trying to bunt it down to first, which is a little bit peculiar. Squaring around early is Lewis. And Bowato held the ball there and just had an inside move to second, see if the runner was going to be taking off a little bit early. You can see also Bowato checking with Romanin at third base, seeing if he gets the ball back to him, he's going to want to go to third and try to get the lead runner. 0-1 pitch, squaring around is Lewis. He jumps out of the way and pulls it back. That's ball 1. And it's 1-1. Lewis, again, trying to give himself up here. You just got to come over the plate if you're Bowato. Of course, when you're bunting, you want to try to get a fastball up and in if you can. Usually the most difficult pitch to bunt. Lewis squares around once again, but he pulls back and takes outside. It's 2-1. Dan Mara, the second baseman, and another right-handed hitter is on deck. Eighth inning here, Toronto leading it 11-10. 2-1 count on Lewis as he's shortened up on the bat. Even in a 2-1 count, he still squares around, and the pitch is bunted out to the mound. Slowly out there, Bowato up with it. His throw is in time at first. So the sacrifice is successful for Connor Lewis.
Second baseman Dan Mara.
And a smart play by Bowato on the mound, and now they're going to walk Dan Mara. So he's going to go down there with an intentional walk, and that'll bring up Damon Toppoli to the plate.
Designated hitter Damon Toppoli.
And that's what you do in this situation. Got to have a force at every base now, and with the hitter in Toppoli at the plate, not a ton of speed, so a ball up the middle, you can likely turn a double play. Corners are going to play in. Anything into them will likely come home. First pitch to Toppoli. It's taken for a strike on the inside corner. super important for Boato to jump ahead there, and he did. Of course, Boato would love to have a strikeout or a ground ball right at somebody here. Here comes the 0-1 from Boato, and it's slashed away foul. He's ahead 0-2. Big situation right here in the game. Bases loaded. At third base is Marcus Connect. John Salazzo stands at second. And the man who just got intentionally walked, Dan Mara, he stands at first. And now time is called at the plate. Damon Toppoli steps out. Now back into the box. Toppoli takes a few practice swings down by his knees. Boato's got his sign. He comes set at the belt, and here comes the pitch. And it's flared out to right field. In comes Gideon towards the line. He makes the catch. Tagging from third base is Connect, but he's going to be held right there. Fly ball not hit deep enough for Connect to test the arm of Justin Gideon. And a huge out right there for Chris Boato and the Welland Jackfish. And now he's 1 out away from working out of it.
Left fielder Greg Carrington.
And the man standing in the way of Boato working out of it is Greg Carrington. Left-handed hitting outfielder. Batting in the number 9 spot here today. He's grounded into 2 fielders' choices. Also has a base hit and a strikeout. Jose Vinicio, the shortstop and leadoff hitter, is on deck. First pitch to Carrington. That's hit in the air. Center field. Morello going over into the alley. He makes the catch. Chris Boato works out of it. Gets the fly ball to right. Gideon handles that. Then comes and gets the fly ball to center. Morello makes the play. And it's still a 1-run game, 11-10. Toronto leads it as we go to the bottom half of the 8th inning. You're watching postseason Welland Jackfish baseball. Back to the top of the order for the Jackfish here in the 8th inning. It's Gio Morello coming up, and he's going to face off against Franklin Hernandez. For the Maple Leafs, Hernandez, one of the most reliable relievers in this league, gave up 4 earned runs all season long in 9 appearances, and has not given up a run in the postseason so far. He's pitched 2 games as Morello fouls it off. Over the last 5 games of the regular season, he gave up 1 earned run combined. And then if you look at his last 5 games, mixing in the postseason, he has not given up a run in any of those. So it's an uphill battle here for the Jackfish. 0-1 count on Morello. Gideon to follow. Hernandez's pitch swung on and missed. Morello with a big cut. He came up empty. And now he's got a battle 0-2, and Hernandez features a good breaking ball. I'm sure Morello is aware of that, and we'll be looking out for it here. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. It is a curveball, swung on and missed. Morello set down on strikes for the first out of the inning. Now with 1 out and the base is empty, it's Justin Gideon to the plate.
Fielder number 1, Justin Gideon.
Gideon already has a home run in the contest. Hit it back in the 4th inning. That ball went to right field. Has 2 RBIs in the game so far. And now Mara's having a conversation with Dean Overly. After a bit of a delay there, we're ready to go, and Franklin Hernandez, he's on the mound, and he gets set to face off against Justin Gideon. He nods, he's got his sign. And the first offering to Gideon from Hernandez is cracked in the air out to right field. Not that deep, though. Coming in is Connect. He's got it. Gideon sees 1 pitch, and he's out. So 2 gone. Here comes Mattingly Romanen now to the plate.
Mattingly Romanen.
Romanen 2 for 3 with a hit by pitch so far. Both of his base hits coming to right field. And it's Sam Cocker waiting on deck. Romanen trying to get on, see if he can get the number 4 hitter to the plate. Hernandez is ready here in the 8th inning. Maple Leafs lead it 11-10. First pitch to Romanen, and it misses inside, down low as well. And he's ahead now, it's 1-0. First batter of the inning that he's fallen behind. Jumped way out in front of Morello before getting the strikeout, and then Gideon was out on the first pitch of his at-bat. 1-0 pitch to Romanen, and that's a breaking ball, but he doesn't get him to bite. And it's 2-0. 2 outs, nobody on base. Two-0 pitch inbound to Romanen, another breaking ball. He holds off. And it's 3-0 now against Hernandez. And if you're Romanen at the plate, I think you have to take a pitch, as you need base runners right now, down by 1 with a guy with power on deck in Sam Cocker. 3-0 from Hernandez. He was taking all the way, and it's painted on the outside. That's a strike. And it's a 3-1 count. Three 3-1, 2 outs here in the 8th inning. Pitch from Hernandez, it's slashed away, foul. 2 strikes now on Romanen. And the count is full at 3-2. Hernandez was able to work back from a 3-0 count. Got the strike on the outside, then the foul ball. Romanen trying to do anything he can to get on base, with Sam Cocker looming on deck. Here comes a full count pitch And it's fouled away once again, got inside, in on the hands of Romanen, but he was able to stay alive. Romanen putting up a fight, trying to put a ball in play. Long pause, and now he's ready to go. Here comes another 3-2 pitch from Hernandez. Romanen fouls it away once again. And I've talked about it a lot on the broadcast, but Romanen, if he can make Hernandez throw a few extra pitches, regardless of the outcome, that can help, because Hernandez, the closer for this team, is going to be asked to get 6 outs to finish off this ball game, with the bullpen quiet behind him. Once again, taking an extra second. Now he's got the pitch he likes, and another full count pitch is inbound, and is hit down the line. That ball's hammered, and it is a foul ball. Romanen got the head out, and he cranked it down the line, just to the left of the foul pole. Everybody in the ballpark held their breath for a moment. So they're going to have to do it all over again. Another full count pitch coming up. Romanen swings and misses at a high fastball. He's down on strikes. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Hernandez. And he sets down the Jackfish in order. Maple Leafs still lead it by 1. It's 11-10 as we go to the 9th. You're watching postseason Welland Jackfish baseball.
The Maple Leafs, shortstop number 1, Jose Benicio.
9th inning we go. Brendan Lang here with you. And the Maple Leafs have an 11-10 lead. Playing here in the final inning. Chris Boato back out there on the mound. And his first pitch to Benicio is hit high in the air, down the left field side, but it'll get well foul. Benicio has been possibly, out of a ton of runs scored for Toronto, possibly the most productive offensive player for them so far. 0-1 from Boato. Benicio squared around, but he pulled the bat back and took a ball. It's 1-1. Benicio also has a home run in this game, and not something that he does a whole lot. That, of course, came from the left side of the plate. Now hitting from the right side against the lefty in Boato. Justin Mara and Jordan Castaldo due up. Vinicio swings and misses at an off-speed pitch from Boato, and it's 1-2. Again, nobody moving in the Jackfish bullpen. This is all Boato right now. 1-2 to Vinicio. It's fouled away. He was just able to get out in front of that ball and foul it down the line. So the count sticks right where it is. One and two on Vinicio. Boato set. And here comes the 1-2 to Vinicio. It's bounced foul once again. If we take a look elsewhere, the other series going on right now, Hamilton and London, the Majors are leading 9-1 in the 7th inning. That game's being played in London. So a little bit more of a lopsided affair out there. And a close ball game here. It's a one-run game. Maple Leafs lead at 11-10. Here comes another pitch from Boato. Breaking ball. It's flared out there to center field. In comes Gideon. Racing in. He jumps and he overran the baseball. It drops in over his glove. That's down for a hit. Jose Vinicio with a base hit to right. Gideon came charging in. And again, it almost looked like he got there. Just overran it a bit. So a runner on first base for Justin Mara now. Again, both bullpens quiet. Mara at the plate. Castaldo on deck, and a big lead over there at first for Vinicio. First pitch to Mara. That's a strike at the knees. 0-1 on the Toronto catcher. Mara had a big 2 RBI hit in the 7th inning. Another breaking ball, and it's smashed in the air out to right field, way back, and it's gone. Justin Mara gets into one to right. Tack on 2 more for the Maple Leafs. It's 13-10. Lefty on lefty, Mara got the bat head out, and he crushed it to right field.
First baseman Jordan Castaldo.
And now it's a 3-run lead for the Maple Leafs. And Jordan Castaldo at the plate now. He takes a first pitch ball, misses outside. For Mara, that's his first home run of the postseason. He does possess good power. That was showed off there. Castaldo swings and misses at the next pitch from Boato. Again, a lefty-on-lefty matchup. During the season, Mara did hit 11 home runs. 1-1 pitch to Castaldo. He checks his swing, did not go around, and the pitch misses outside. Boato wanted the call. And it's a 2-1 count now. That home run has really taken the crowd out of this one. Now a 3-run lead for the Maple Leafs. Here comes a 2-1 pitch from Boato. And that misses down low. Three and one, and after that one missed, Boato's going to have to take a second and walk around behind the mound. He regains his composure, climbs back up onto the hill, and rocks and fires to the lefty Castaldo and misses outside. That's ball 4. Castaldo down to first. And here comes Ricky Pelletieri out of the dugout. Still nobody out in this inning. And a slow walk out there. Still nobody moving down in the Jackfish bullpen. So after that walk, with nobody out, Marcus Connect is going to come up to the plate. Connect had a hit his last time. He got to third, but he couldn't score. And now it looks like there will be some action down there in the Jackfish bullpen. Brandon Underhill has gotten up. Just lightly tossing in front of the mound right now. As the lengthy mound visit continues from Ricky Piliteri. Jackfish, of course, got off to a hot start in this game. 1 run in the first, 4 in the second, 1 in the third, 3 in the fourth. And then they have been shut down outside of that solo shot by Mateo Porcelato in the 7th. And going into the 5th inning, Welland was holding a 9-2 lead. Toronto has come all the way back and then some.
For the Leafs, right fielder Marcus Connect.
The big 6th-run 5th inning has propelled them. Also 3 runs in the 7th, and now that 2-run home run here in the 9th. It's Marcus Connect, and that's a breaking ball called a strike. On the Maple Leafs right fielder. As Castaldo leads off of first base, being held on by Porcelato. Next pitch misses outside, tried to bend the breaking ball back over the outside corner. But it's a 1-1 count now. John Salazzo on deck as Underhill continues to loosen up in the Jackfish bullpen. 1-1 from the lefty, fouled straight back. Bellato's now ahead of Necht at 1-2. Bellato's really slowed his pace down now. As he tries to get another out here of Connect. He's ahead in the count at 1-2. Pitch from Bellato, and it's cranked in the air, out to left field, back at the wall, and it's gone. Marcus Connect drives one out to left field. And the Maple Leafs are pouring it on. It's 15-10. So Connect got way out in front of that ball and absolutely cranked it to left field out into the bushes. And now it's John Salazzo to the plate. Connect, of course, does possess good power, and he showed it off there. That's another 2 RBI. 2-run home run in this inning. That's 2 2-run home runs hit by the Maple Leafs here in the 9th. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. That's a strike on the outside. 1-2 now for Bellato as there's still nobody out. Here in the inning. Connor Lewis is on deck. And that's rifled right back up the middle into center field. Hit for Salazzo. He's on at first. And manager Brian Essery's out of the dugout, and that will be all for Chris Bellato here. As he leaves the game with the Jackfish down by 5. It's 15-10 pitching change coming up for Welland.
hitter Connor Lewis.
Here comes Connor Lewis to the plate. He'll be the first man to face off against Brandon Underhill, who's into the game for the first time here in the playoffs. 5.26 ERA for him this season, and he gets a swing and a miss from Lewis on his first pitch out of the bullpen. Looked like an off-speed offering that Lewis swung through. It's 0-1. John Salazzo, he just rifled a base hit up the middle off of Chris Boato. Was the last man Boato faced. He stands at first base. And a 5-run lead now for the Maple Leafs. Underhill misses up high to Connor Lewis. And it's 1-1. After Lewis, Dan Mara will come up to the plate, and then likely Damon Toppoli hitting here in this inning as well. Pitch is hit out to right field. It's down. That's a base hit. Station to station right now for the Leafs. Salazzo up to second. And Lewis checks in with a base hit, his second hit of the game. Now runners at first and second. Still nobody out in this inning. And it's Dan Mara, second baseman for the Maple Leafs at the plate. Salazzo at second, Lewis at first. Underhill pitching out of the stretch. Pitch is high and outside. And it's 1-0. Toronto with 21 hits in the game to Welland's 14. Next pitch from Underhill. Hit out to left field. That's Brown moving over. Still on the run. He lays out and he makes the catch. Great catch by Hogan Brown out there in left. For the first out of the inning.
Designated hitter Damon Toppoli.
Not allowing the base runners to move up any more bases. So now one out and it's Damon Toppoli. Up to the plate. Long pause on the mound by Underhill. Now he's set and the pitch to Toppoli's inside. It's 1-0. This is the sixth at-bat of the game for Damon Toppoli. Or sixth plate appearance. He was hit by a pitch his first time up. 1-0 from Underhill. It's inside and hit him again. Toppoli makes his way down to first. So after that hit by pitch, it's now the number 9 hitter and Greg Carrington. Carrington, the left-handed hitter, coming up now. Number 9 hitter in this lineup, which means the leadoff man, Vinicio's on deck. 4 runs put up in this inning by the Maple Leafs on 2 two-run home runs. One off the bat of Justin Mara, the other one off the bat of Marcus Connect, and the bases are now loaded for Carrington, and that's a first-pitch strike poured over by Underhill. It's 0-1. Looking ahead to the bottom half of the 9th inning, Sam Cocker, James Smybert, and Tyler Dupuis due up for Welland. The 4-5-6 part of the order for the Jackfish. Next pitch is called a strike on the outside corner against Carrington. It's 0-2. Underhill looking for a big out here with the bases loaded. Looking for a punch out. Here comes the 0-2 to Carrington, popped up high on the infield. Smybert now moving back towards the cut of the grass. He makes the catch. That's the second out of the inning. And it's back to the top of the lineup. Jose Vinicio coming up. Vinicio started off the inning with a single to right field. And he came around to score on the first of the 2-run home runs off the bat of Mara. But a good job by Underhill to get that pop-up on the infield. Infield fly rule was in effect. Now with 2 outs, trying to work out of this, Vinicio turns around. He's going to hit from the left side again. He tops the ball on the ground, but it's foul. So Underhill jumps ahead of the next hitter he faces as well. It's 0-1. This is the 5th pitcher of the game used by Brian Essery for the Welland Jackfish. Swing and a miss from Vinicio. Jake Harford started. Then it was Casey Howard coming out of the bullpen. He only faced one batter. Then faced off against, then it was Brett Lawson, Chris Bellato, and now Brandon Underhill on the side of the Maple Leafs. 4 pitchers have been in the game for them. So a lot of pitchers used on both sides. That pitch misses up high. Looked like it may have caught the corner. But that's a ball. It's 1-2. So both sides having to go fairly deep into their bullpen here. And of course, in a 15-10 game, that's usually the case. Could affect them moving forward throughout this 5-game series. Of course, this is game 1 of the semifinals of the Dominico Cup playoffs, and that's a strikeout. Brandon Underhill works out of the bases-loaded jam. Gets a pop-up to shortstop. Then he strikes out Vinicio. And the inning is over. Jackfish trailing now by 5. It's 15-10 as we go to the bottom half of the 9th inning. You're watching postseason Welland Jackfish baseball.
Sam Cocker.
Last chance here for the Jackfish. They're down by 5, and it's Sam Cocker to start things off. Hernandez still in the game as he looks for the final 6 outs of the ball game. First pitch to Cocker is a strike. Cocker, Smybert, and Dupuis do up. If anybody gets on, Porcelato gets an opportunity. 0-1 count on the Jackfish catcher. Hernandez's breaking ball is outside, and it's 1-1. Cocker came into today's game hitting under the 100 mark. He has a double and a single in the game. He's 2 for 4. 1-1 offering from Hernandez. Misses up high. Two and 1 now on the Jackfish catcher. Two-one pitch to Cocker. It's outside. 3-1 now. Maple Leafs looking to hang on and take game 1 of this best-of-5 semifinal series. Of course, the Jackfish finishing as the higher seed during the season, finished in 3rd place in the standings. Tied for first, actually, but with the tiebreakers, ended up in 3rd. That pitch is fouled away from Cocker, and the Maple Leafs finished 4th. They had a sweep of the Baycats in their first-round matchup, in the 4-5 matchup, and then the Welland Jackfish faced off against the Kitchener Panthers in the 3-6 matchup, and they swept them. So both teams have not lost a game yet in the postseason. Three-two count. Pitch to Cocker. He doesn't swing, and it's ball 4. The Jackfish get a base runner to start things out. And now here comes James Smyber to the plate.
Your shortstop, number 23, James Smyber.
The left-handed hitting Smyber comes up. Cocker takes a small lead over there at first. Likely not going anywhere. And the pitch to Smyber. That's inside for a ball. He jumps ahead, and Hernandez has lost the zone a little bit here in the 9th. 1-0 count on Smyber. Hernandez set at the bell, checks the runner over there at first, and now comes to the plate, and that's a strike on the outside. Evens up the count. Smyber 2 for 4 in the game as well. Has a base hit to center field and a base hit to right field. Check over there at first base on Cocker. But he's back easily. Runner at first base. Jackfish need 5 to tie here. And 6 to win in the 9th. Hernandez is ready. Pitch to the plate is swung on and popped up. High in the air. Back out of play. For the second strike on the batter, Smyber. As it stands right now, for the Maple Leafs, Marek Deska would be the winning pitcher if the score holds right where it is. Here comes a 1-2 to Smyber. It's hit in the air, high out to right field. That moves in, connect. He's still coming in. Now he's under it, and he's got it. For the first out of the 9th, Smyber just got underneath it.
Your second baseman.
So 1 out, and it's Tyler Dupuis coming up to the plate. And Cocker still standing over there at first base after he walked. Castaldo still holding the runner over there at first base in a 5-run game here in the 9th. Quickly, a throw over there to first. Chases Cocker back, and don't think Cocker has any plans of going anywhere. Because his run doesn't mean anything out there at first base. Got to get a few runners on here and see if he can come up with a big hit. Next pitch to Dupuis. It's up high. That was the first pitch of the at-bat, and that's a ball. Dupuis is 1 for 4, getting his 5th opportunity at the plate here. Hernandez is set. Again, he checks the runner a couple times. Long hold. And now he delivers to Dupuis, and that's bounced down to third base. Gloved by Salazzo. Throw on the run is in time. They get Dupuis over there at first for the second out of the inning, and Mateo Porcelato is the last chance for the Jackfish here in the 9th, as the Maple Leafs are 1 out away from taking Game 1 of this semifinal matchup in the IBL playoffs. The winner of this series goes on to face the winner of the other semifinal, which is the London Majors against the Hamilton Cardinals. And in that game right now, it is 9-1 London. 12-1 London, excuse me, as they play in the 9th now. So London looks well on their way to taking Game 1 of that series. Jackfish still have a lot to do here if they want to come back and take this game. As there's 2 outs, runner standing at second base. Mateo Porcelato at the plate, takes a ball outside. He gets ahead, it's 1-0. Hogan Brown is the hitter on deck. Last time Porcelato came up to the plate, he scorched a ball over the right center field wall for a home run. At that point, it brought the Jackfish within 1. 1-0 to Porcelato is fouled away, evens up the count at 1-1. Franklin Hernandez on the mound, of course, features a good fastball and a good breaking ball, which he hasn't used a whole lot in this outing. Has been mostly coming with the fastball here to these Jackfish hitters. Home plate umpire Dean Overly needed some new baseballs. Now he's got them. Porcelato taking a bit of a breather. Now back into the box. One pitch is outside. 2-1 now on the Jackfish first baseman. After Hogan Brown would be Brandon Nicholson if we get that far in this game. The 2-1 pitch from Hernandez, that's a strike. And the Jackfish now down to their final strike here tonight in a game that's lasted over 4 hours to this point. Porcelato ready in the box. Here comes the 2-2 from Hernandez. Porcelato takes inside. And it runs the count full to 3-2. Cocker still standing out there at second base. Porcelato looking to extend this game, at least for one more hitter, and get Hogan Brown, another lefty, up to the dish. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Porcelato down on strikes. And the Toronto Maple Leafs come into Welland and take Game 1 of the second round. They now lead the series 1-0. And will take this game back to Christie Pitts as they go home with a 1-0 lead in the series. They take this game 15-10, a game that was close at different points, but also saw both teams having huge leads at other points as well. Harford started for the Jackfish. You also saw Casey Howard, Brett Lawson, Chris Boato, and Brandon Underhill combined to finish off that game, and then Angel Castro got the start for Toronto. Merrick Deska, Sam Green, and Franklin Hernandez. Merrick Deska picks up the win for Toronto, so that's the first loss of the postseason for the Welland Jackfish. Toronto now leading the series 1-0, this best-of-5 series. Next game comes tomorrow in Toronto. Thank you, everyone, for coming along here today. Thank you from everyone at the Welland Jackfish. Thank you for coming along. I'm Brendan Lang. Have a great night.